Don't know too much about this one. All I know is it's a dude-like roguelike. How many dudes? So, based on what I'm seeing here, it's going to be increasingly difficult challenges like how many dudes to kill a gorilla with roguelike elements. I don't know, a buddy of mine told me about it. Sounded cool from the way he described it. Let's ride, new run. Round 1, 10 toddlers. Oh, one dude could easily take that, right? Oh yeah, this is a freebie. Yeah, did they even touch me? That might have been hitless. I little bro'd them right there, hand out in front of them, giving them the fucking business down here, popping them. Need more dudes. Post a flyer to attract a new type of dude to the ranch. Ah, the old Ram Ranch. Okay, so Spartan dudes and Bard dudes. Spartans, 20% chance to block attacks, aim at nearby dudes. Bard dudes, every 4 attacks, Bard dude plays a song that inspires 4 random dudes, increasing their damage and run speed by 4% for 4 seconds. This effect stacks up to 4 times. That feels really good. Let's do a Bard dude. They're tiny horses. They're ponies and ducks. I think we win this. Yeah. I kind of ganged up on my Bard dude, but that's okay. No, I'm assuming he comes back, right? I'll give him like a Senzu Bean and he'll be back. Oh, I lost him for good. He's just dead. 36 toddlers. We'll just keep doing the easier fights. Yeah, they're getting cooked. Except this guy might go down. Never mind. Teamwork. There we go. Good work. 134 toddlers. That should be free. Oh, I don't know, actually. He's really surrounded. And still completely fine. They can't do anything except just, like, goo goo gaga and fucking throw up, tinkle their little britches. God, my bards and clerics do so much. Oh! My god, he fucking blasted my background dudes like a kickball. That's making a beautiful sound. What a serene melody. Sounds like Donald Duck getting run through a wood chipper. Yeah, we're not losing any health right now. I bet the stats on this one are great. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Oh, they did the most damage and some of the most... And almost the most healing. Oh, there's a gorilla in here. Uh-oh. Luckily, I have a ton of healing. He's fucking shoryukening our ass. Yeah, in these long sustained fights, I'm basically unkillable. I just have so much sustain. And I'm getting so many free items. 708 bees? We'll just do the little ducks. Oh, actually, this could be dangerous. But I'm not a bitch. Give me the little ducks. Holy fuck. They're gonna melt my fucking computer. And it'll cost me $1 million to get more RAM for a new one. They did no damage. They actually did no damage. Oh man, this guy's killing us. Holy shit. Wow, I underestimated the unicorn terribly. That's super not good. Oh my god. Oh god, no. No, my run. Holy shit, these bees were crazy. What the fuck? Those bees were nuts. Oh, what? Fuck, man. I cannot believe those bees were that hard to kill. Damn! Yeah, so I think next run, I need to focus... I'll do like a very quick one. I think I need to focus entirely on damage instead of like sustain. Just to see. For shit like that. I'm just gonna do a really crazy like Ooga Booga run here. No think, just damage. Oh my god, he's absolutely obliterating all of my medics. They spawned right next to the big guy. That couldn't have been worse positioning. Wow, I lost so many medics right away. I haven't killed a single thing. I've killed one wolf. GG. Yeah, that build was just not a good idea. I didn't have a whole lot of synergy. I just went for high DPS and crit. And it did not work. I did not like Paladin at all. Was not a huge fan there. I just genuinely think there is so much potential with Paladins. Even though I didn't love them in my last run, their base stats are so good. I'm going Paladin again. Maybe I just didn't see the good relics. Toddlers will probably actually be easier than this one. Oh, this vampire is surrounded. Holy shit, they're ganging up on him like he has fucking Hershey's chocolate bars in his pockets. Good lord. And I think focusing on, like, mainly these three units has been crucial. Instead of spreading everything out. Oh my god, the amount of skeleton dudes we can have there if I can just find a taunt. I'm gonna grab this in the hopes that I get a taunt. Because this just seems so good. This is great, but I'm trying to invest for, like, going into 150. Oh, I just need to find a taunt. A skeleton taunt, specifically, because then all my skeletons taunt for 4 seconds. Holy shit. Imagine the amount of skeleton dudes we can summon with that. I've gotta gamble for it. I've gotta. Oh, I need the taunt! But at least I get this back. Should I re-roll for it? I can do it a couple times to really try and fish. But I mean, this is guaranteed right here. I'm gonna have a huge investment come through anyway. I'll wait for the investment, then I'll just do a ton of re-rolling. Let's get the guaranteed here, though. And I'm gonna save. Re-roll, maybe. There it is! It's Bony Backhand! That's the one I'm looking for! Holy shit! Skeledudes, 20% toughness, and taunt 4 nearby enemies to attack them for 4 seconds when they're summoned. I should be spawning a billion Skeledudes if this procs at all for me. I summoned 1. But at least they're taunting. The taunt is still incredible. There's my huge investment. God, the taunting is so good. Oh my god, the taunting is good. Fuck, what a crazy run. Damn, they can't even kill the Skeledudes that are coming in. Yeah, we got 41 active right now. Wow! Wow! That's a lot of dudes coming in, brother. We got dudes coming out of the woodwork. We got dudes coming from the shadows. Dudes coming out of nowhere. Somehow they are laser focusing on our clerics. What the fuck? I've summoned over 200 Skeledudes. Okay, next one I'm gonna have to pop my phones and get the clerics out. Ah, Jesus. Alright, now they're dying, we're fine. Oh, we might make it to 120! I'm putting the cart before the horse a little bit here, but this is looking good. GG. Damn it! The polar bears didn't really fucking do anything. It was all entirely the gorillas. Fuck, man, the gorillas were strong. Well, we got to 119 at least. If I hit a store, we're good, but I don't hit a store here. It's next round I hit a store. GG! 119. Fuck! Another really good run, though. If I didn't take warlocks, if I took something else there, probably medical dudes. If I took the medic dude, that could have kept going. Like, these weren't terrible, because they never died. But if I took the medic dude there, oh man. That was a throw here. I just wanted to get experimental. Taking that was a throw, but still cool to see. Oh, this was a really great game. Pixels were beautiful. Oh, it was, man. Neon Inferno was a banger. Man, back-to-back bangers. Brutal John was great. Neon Inferno was great. Now we're going to go into How Many Dudes, which is great. You love to see that. 2026, here, I got a little resolution. I want to statistically have been the guy that played the most games on stream. Like, variety of games. My last dude run went up to 119. I know if I had just not thrown by grabbing warlocks, I would have been in the 120s. Easily. I've got a good handle on the fundamentals. A bard would be great, too. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Necro Dude, Franken Dude, because I think that's the strongest combination in the game. Cleric for sure. And then maybe Bard Spartan for blocking. Because the big problem at the end of the game is like the fucking 2,000 gorillas and shit. There's the cleric! Oh my god, we're getting everything we need right away! Painless! Now the last thing I want is Spartans, and I think we're kinda set. Oh, I didn't get Spartans. Damn, that's really unlucky. It's gonna have to be Paladins then. Damn. Really wanted Spartans. I don't think Paladins are going to be able to tank enough for us in the 120s. No choice, though. I didn't get any dice, so I can't reroll. Tough. Alright, Paladins. No, I guess... No, it has to be Paladins. I can't risk anything else. That's just super not helpful. My Franken dudes are just getting fucking blasted. This is so useless for me. But we're gonna grab it. Again, we're gonna try and prep for a 120 run. It's looking unlikely, but oh my god. Man. Picking up that cleric relic there immediately just paid off big time. That by itself just saved us. Alright, alright. Alright, that's looking good now. That's looking really good now. Alright. Are we back? Are we fucking back? Okay, it's looking good again. Alright, we're entering the late game now. Well, not really. We still have another 50 waves before late game, but we're starting to turn it around. That's what we needed right there. That's what we fucking needed. You can never count the dude out. A dude is at his strongest with his pants down, fucking ass up. And look at us now. Yikes. Okay, I have to pop that potion. That was looking a little threatening. None of my Skella dudes died, so we didn't get any of the toughness or the other buffs or anything. That's okay. I don't know if we can kill the unicorn without taking a lot of casualties. I need to show faith in the dudes, though. I need to. If I don't believe in them, who will? Yep, they instantly killed one of my clerics, but luckily he procced. Okay, we only lost 3. Technically 4. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Could have been a lot worse. Yeah, I wish I didn't grab these 4 paladins. Like, I had to choose paladins because there was no other option, but I wish I didn't grab 4 more of them. That would have been really nice if I spent it on bards or Franken dudes. I fucked up. Oh god, 3 unicorns. Instantly just killed 2 of my necro dudes. Instantly. Damn unicorns, fucking bastards, I tell you what. And these bad boys are standing strong. Holy. Having a hard time chopping them up. Almost there. They did not go quietly. Instantly dropped those 1,000 bees. That's probably the fastest I've ever killed the 1,000 bees. Hang in there, you fucking bastards! Please stop dying. My bards are getting clapped. Alright, we're fine. He gets around 200. I don't think anyone's got past round 123 from what I've seen. 123 is the filter. Because 123 is 1660 polar bears. And I think the only way you can get past that is with Spartans. Why I was trying to build Spartans, because I think they're like really the only way. Man, they're tapping my bards hard. Why? Leave them alone! The only units I fucking lost were bards.
Oh, yeah.
Man, they fucking blasted some bards. Damn, they're still blasting some bards. Oh fuck, they're really... Oh man, they're really getting after the bards. Hopefully they'll start dying soon, because holy shit. Jiminy Christmas. About fucking time. My god. I've seen a lot of people taking their britches off to drop a big-time steamer on this movie, saying how stinky it is, and it's not worth watching, it's horrible. And I didn't think it was that bad. When I saw the previews for this, I was even somewhat optimistic. I mean, you got Nine Inch Nails doing the score for this, come on. That's at least going to be watchable in and of its own right. And the visuals looked really cool. I'm not the biggest fan of Jared Leto's work. I know him and I look like we share the same mother, but I haven't really been a fan of anything he's been in for a while. But I thought, even in spite of that, this could still be a good movie. And I just finished watching it, and I thought it was fine. Like, I was entertained. It's not amazing by any means, but it's not nearly as bad as I've seen a lot of people saying it is. Man, there are some people talking about this movie like it came in and fucked their grandma. Like, it is... It's not that bad. Like, the worst part about this movie is everything story-related and character-related, really, when it comes to the writing around the characters. It's very, very weak when it comes to its writing. Like, that is by far the big blemish with Tron Ares. But I also just don't think it even tried. Like, I really think the entire goal of this movie here was just to deliver a visual spectacle and just let Trent Reznor, Nine Inch Nails just go fucking ballistic on the music. Because that's what it feels like the whole movie is. Just showing you really cool looking scene after really cool looking scene with some absolute boner jams. But anyway, let's go ahead and talk about the story first and foremost. It's pretty simple. It doesn't seem to follow anything from Tron Legacy, at least not from what I remember. Granted, it's been a very long time. But you have Dillinger, that's the bad company, and you have Incom. That's the good corporation. That's the one we pump our fist for. And these two companies are battling to try and find the permanence code, which will allow their basically 3D printed doodads and everything else to exist past 29 minutes. They have these lasers that can basically just create matter, anything they want, but it can only last 29 minutes before it times out and just fucking like vaporizes itself. And the permanence code will solve that issue. Dillinger wants to get its grubby paws on the permanence code so that way it can fart out weapons and evil stuff, and Incom, headed by Eve, wants to get their hands on the permanence code so they can change the world and basically eradicate disease and hunger and everything, since they can print everything you could ever imagine endlessly. Our main character is Jared Leto, Ares. He is the basically cybersecurity hall monitor superstar of the Dillinger grid. He is an AI program in charge of basically carrying out all of Dillinger's nefarious directives without question. A soldier for him. Dillinger is Umbrella Corp here, they're the bad guys, and Ares, he starts to become, like, empathetic. Like, he starts to feel things, and he is tasked with stopping the lead of Incom, her name is Eve, who has found the permanence code. And in doing so, he decides, you know what, I'm going to defy my orders because I want to live. I'm tired of being a program that dies after 29 minutes every time I get, snapped into the real world here. I want to experience life. He becomes very curious. He develops a soul. It's nothing you haven't seen before when it comes to its writing, and it is definitely the weakest part of this movie. There's not a ton of depth to any of the characters. They're not, like, overly fleshed out or anything. It's very simple. But I think it's effective enough to get you from set piece to set piece. So, like, they have the technology to digitize you. So Eve, she gets cornered by Ares and Athena, who is the other cybersecurity superstar of Dillinger. And then she gets fucking minted on the blockchain because they have a laser that can like reverse reverse particle Higgs boson big ball buster and like zap you into the grid. So they mint her on the blockchain, turn her into an NFT. That way they can extract the permanence code from her, killing her in the process. And Ares, this is his chance. She knows the permanence code, so he's going to save her, defying all of his orders, so that way she can help him survive past 29 minutes in the real world so he gets to experience life. He wants to funge the non-fungible. And in doing so, you get to see the grid, which is very cool looking, and you get to see some action in the real world using these 3D printed, light cycles and the programs. It's cool visually. It's just the writing is really wimpy. It's not well written, and I don't think you're going to see a lot of glaze for that. I imagine most people are going to say the same thing about this film, that it looks really cool and it sounds really cool, and that's it. And they're right, that is it. But that's a big bulk of the movie. It put all of its eggs in that basket. There's not a whole lot else outside of those two things anyway. So while the writing is weak, and while there is definitely some cringe scenes here, I don't think it ruined my enjoyment of just a simple popcorn flick where I'm watching, extreme lights blow up and shit and video game sound effects with a really great Nine Inch Nails track playing. So yeah, it definitely has its flaws. I really think that pretty much everything it set up with the characters was a miss. I just don't see many people going into this film being like, wow, that villain was so deep and complex. He is literally just one note. That's it. And I've seen that criticism about him as well, and it's true. He doesn't. That's all he is. He's just I must get permanence code to do bad stuff for money. He even point blank says, $1 trillion I will make with blood money, Ares, and it's your job to help me do it. That kind of thing. It's very hammered home. It's not a good villain, and our main character is fine, but not super deep either. I'm talking about both Eve and Ares. Neither one of them gets a whole lot of tender loving care put into building this character up to make you invested in them. But even with these flaws, I still did have fun watching the movie. Because, like I said, most of the film is just showing you really cool visuals either in the grid or even outside of the grid. Because they bring the grid to the real world frequently. In fact, I don't think you're ever in the real world without the grid, being present in some way. Whether it's Ares and Athena coming out there or something. Pretty much every scene is going to have some cool shit from the grid. And the music is just so good. So I had fun. It's not great. It's not an amazing movie, but I think it was still an entertaining one. That's really about it. See ya. Come on. Oh man, 119 is just too hard. Man, 119 is brutal. Fuck! We weren't able to get there. Got every single night relic. Damn it. Run it back, run it back. That strategy though of the double, well no, the triple investment, that's the way. Oh my god, we're so cooked. No healing at all. Man, the toddlers are eating us alive. This is such a terrible setup here. I cannot believe how bad this is. I just kind of want to see it through now. This is unbelievable. This is probably the saddest fucking dude run of all time. I can't decide if I want Cleric or Bard more. I'm kind of leaning Cleric. Bard's extremely good, though. Thank God I saved my pocket dice. Oh my god, no way. That's incredible. Even double pocket dicing. Well, that's pretty much GG. Ooh. I lost 2 Franken dudes there? What the? 3 Franken dudes there? What? Wow, I didn't expect that. Wow. Those guys kind of popped off on me. Yeah, wow, what they are actually clapping my Franken dudes. Oh, wait. I haven't checked my roster order in a while. Did my knight take the 30%? I think it did. Yeah. That unicorn just destroyed half of my Necro dudes. That's crazy. What a rampage it just went on. Oh! Wow. There goes half of my Necro dudes. Wow. Man, the unicorn, like, this entire run, they have really hated those guys. They focused the fuck out of them. What in tarnation? Who's in here right now in the middle of 40 Alpha Wolves? It's just one random Necro dude face tanking all the Alpha Dogs. Wow. Wow. What a man. What a fucking man. Fucking bees, man. Sometimes they just do it to you. You don't expect them to do it like they do, but then it does. God, look how big the Spartans get. Holy shit. Now you get to really see them when they rage, when they berserk. Well, we got to 120 again. I really doubted we'd get there with this. It was such a rocky start. Oh my god, we're back to 122! All I want to do is get to 123. I don't even have to go deep in 123, I just want to make it there. Nice, way to bully him, way to bully him. Are we holding right now? I think it's only because the polar bears are stuck. Come on, Spartans. Come on, Spartans. I'm blowing everything here just to see 123. That's all my consumables. It's in God's hands now. Come on, boys. Holy shit, we're gonna make it. Holy shit, we made it. Maybe. Hold on, let's not put the cart before the horse. But I think we made it. There's one goddamn goose still in there. With Spartans, I think burner phone is just so important. If I didn't start evacuating everyone over here, I think we lose. So now I know, going into 123 burner phones, positioning is going to be crucial. God, look at the size of my dudes. Holy shit, it's a kaiju battle. Alright. We made it. We're not gonna get far at all, probably insta-lose here, but we fucking made it. 123. We did it. We fucking did it. Look at the stats that you have to fight through. 3 bees, who gives a shit? 1,000 honey badgers, which, mind you, are unbelievably strong. We've already seen that. And then 1666 polar bears. Oh! Oh, fuck. Hey, we made a dent, though. We did make a dent. They will remember this final stand from us. Oh, man! We made it! We fucking did it! Anything is possible! Alright. I don't like Ticketmaster. You all know that. By extension, Live Nation, because Live Nation owns Ticketmaster. It's a huge, messy web that I've clowned on and insulted numerous times now. And I feel like everyone probably shares that same sentiment. I believe in every human being's soul there is a spot reserved purely for their hatred of Ticketmaster to reside. I'm sure everyone has their own experiences and horror stories here. It is just an absolute dogshit business model that is becoming worse and worse all the time. And it's run by this! Bear witness! Worm person! This is Michael Rapino, more like Michael Rapinor, because this man is just a giant fucking wiener. He is the CEO of Live Nation, Ticketmaster, and recently, this is why I'm making this video, he went on to say, he had the goal to claim, ticket prices are actually underpriced.
Yeah, I mean, I think music has been underappreciated. You know, I always joke, sports, it's like a badge of honor to spend 70 grand for a Knicks courtside. They beat me up if we charge 800 for Beyonce, right? So it's a real, we have a lot of runway left, right? So when you read about the ticket prices going up, it's still, average concert price is $72. Try going to a Laker game for that, and there's 80 of them or whatever the hell. So the concert is underpriced, has been for a long time.
If that isn't the biggest load of fish paste, what in tarnation, brother? Holy moly. There's so much to insult with this statement, like I don't even know where to begin. If you have been to any concerts or shows over the last, let's say, 10 years, you've probably noticed a trend where it's getting more and more and more and more expensive. The biggest complaint you will see anytime there is a concert is people talking about how they're priced out from attending it. Even the biggest fans can oftentimes not afford to go to it, or maybe they can only get like the nosebleeds or something, which isn't usually even worth the price you'd pay for that, because also that is often expensive too. And they get away with this because they have fundamentally a monopoly when it comes to live performances, live shows like this. And there's always the huge issue with scalping, which almost seems encouraged by Ticketmaster, at least historically it used to. I don't know if it's as bad as it once was. I haven't noticed it to the degree I did a few years ago, so maybe they started to fucking put the nipple clamps on it and twist to try and stop that a bit. But since they do still have this monopoly, they still have, of course, like fees and also just an exorbitant price tag on attending these shows. Because they can. You don't have like an alternative to get the tickets or anything. And I hate that comparison he makes where he's like, oh yeah, some people will pay like 70 grand as like a badge of honor to sit courtside, comparing it to like a big sporting event where people shell out tons of clams. Brother, you just blow in from Stupid Town. How in any way, shape, or form does that even remotely associate with these prices for a concert? It's so night and day, I don't even think it's worth digging into like the actual meat and potatoes of the statement. It's just a false equivalence. And he tries to use it as a way to justify that there is still so much room to charge more for their tickets. And I think that is just sickening. So I've been to 2 shows recently. I went to a Deftones concert a couple months ago. Unfortunately, I did somewhat brown my trousers a bit there. There was a couple tiddlywinks of fecal matter, which I made a video talking about it. It was pretty embarrassing, pretty shameful. Fucking shit myself a little bit as a 30-year-old man. Not that I blame Michael Rapino for that. I know he didn't put poop in my butt. That's on me. That was my responsibility. Like, I get it. But anyway, I'm getting a little sidetracked. I'm starting to, like, pseudo-trauma dump on you here for no reason. Deftones concert was amazing. And then recently I saw a My Chemical Romance show here in Tampa. Also amazing. But you know what both of these had in common besides being extremely entertaining? Extremely expensive. And Ticketmaster gets to basically charge the moon for it if they want to. And they do want to, make no mistake. And it looks like they want to charge even more for it. They want the fucking whole kit and caboodle here. They want your entire piggy bank just to see your favorite artist perform once. And I understand concerts aren't like a necessity. No one needs to buy tickets to a concert. But you can see this trend that when Ticketmaster Live Nation kind of took over and got this like monopoly, they have been jacking up prices non-stop. And it's just spiraling out of control where it prices out tons and tons of normal people that no longer can afford to go see their favorite artist perform because they'd have to decide between spending the money for a couple of tickets to that event or like, you could also just spend that money on, like, a fucking week-long vacation in a lot of cases because it is that fucking expensive. So it's just... I also think it's bad for the artist, too, because then you're not performing to as many occupied seats. You're not performing to as many actual fans anymore. Like, I just think the whole model sucks now. And you can see a huge change when Ticketmaster Live Nation took over. Tickets were far more affordable, and I get everything's gotten more expensive. I understand that. But in this sector specifically, this monopoly has been extremely awful for fans and artists as well. It is only good for Ticketmaster. And the CEO's out here like, well, actually, it's like super reasonably priced. In fact, it is underpriced. I need to be making more money. Meanwhile, last year he took home like I think it was like $32 million, like himself in total compensation. Like, I wonder why he thinks it's underpriced and why they should be charging more. What's the incentive there? Man, that's so interesting. I wonder why he would have that perspective. Any sensible, sane person will tell you the same thing. Ticket prices suck. And Ticketmaster super fucking sucks. So I definitely don't agree with Michael Rapino's assessment here that there's a lot of runway for more ticket price increases. He says that people beat him up for charging $800 to Beyonce. Well, what he doesn't mention there is that $800 to see Beyonce is to see her through like a fucking glory hole on like the 39th. Jiminy Christmas. About fucking time. My God. So many bard corpses littering the battlefield. Oh, god damn. My Franken dudes. Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't get the click off. Yeah, 114's tough. I should have shroomed earlier. Oh, come on, stop. Hey, leave him alone. Leave him alone. He tried his best. Just kill him with dignity. Hey, cut, guys. Grow up. Oh, come on. Leave him alone, guys. Damn. I've got a new interesting speedrun strategy I'm about to try. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose early game easy route more often and compound the investments. So I'm just going to keep stacking them till it gets hard. Ooh, this is a rough start. Okay, so now I have a decision to make. Do I go Franken dudes or do I go for Bard? I actually think I go for Bard. I think I just keep re-rolling for Bard. But the Necro dude, Franken dude combo, oh, brother, that's putting Mozart in front of a piano. I don't know. feel like I'm gonna get a lot of value if I go Bard. Plus, everyone and their mother's doing Necro Dude, Franken Dude. We're going for Bard. We're getting experimental. Yeah, I'm gonna go Unicorn. I should be able to kill it. Yeah, the taunting was really good here because he's all over the knight. Look at that. No casualties on Unicorn Wave. Oh, fuck, that's nice. That's some good shit. That's some real good shit. Kata came in here to appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know. It's looking pretty good. And we haven't even got to the main experimentation of the run yet. With my doubled investments, I know. Kata, what's up? I know. Good girl. I'm very surprised. Like this, I've been like malnourished this run on relics because I've been saving, and we're still this strong. This is pretty solid. I do think though after this boss, I will need to do the easy routes. Because, like, see, like, now I'm starting to kind of get slapped around a little bit here. We lost a couple units. So it'll probably be required to do the easy stuff going forward. That Unicorn is really looking at that Bard right there. He's being real mean to my Bard. He's bullying him for no reason. What a piece of shit. Oh, he killed a regular dude. Have mercy. It was just a normal man. He wasn't even a fighter. He was here by accident. He wandered in. Okay. I'm about to have so much money come in. I wonder if 2 investments is enough. 2 full investments stacked. Or if I should do 3. That's the decision I'm about to have to make. So there's 12k. That's fucking massive. But should I do it again? Get up to the 26,000 by the end. Like, I'm still doing fine. I can't decide. Nice! Pretty good! The damn shame still no Bony Buckler. Or Bony Backhand, whatever the fuck it is. Oh yeah! Wait, what a fucking hold here! Holy shit! Nice! So good! Good shit, dudes. Holy fuck. The dude news is looking good here. They tried to separate us. I mean, they successfully separated us. Like, that did happen, but don't let it tilt you, boys. Hang in there, dudes. I could just burn her phone, but I didn't need to. I'm trying to save it for 119. Excellent work. Nice. We lost a couple of bards, but that's okay. That's what dude juice is there for. It exists for a reason. I actually want to see the stats on this one here. I feel like the vampires did a lot for me. Reducing their damage. Wow, they even did like a ton of healing on their own. God, look at the damage taken from the knights and the damage prevented from the knights. Oh my god. No surprise with the bards and clerics doing that much damage, but Jesus, the damage prevented is crazy. Alright. This is the make or break. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. I didn't get hooked by the concept, and Frieren as a character wasn't someone that I felt I could, like, care about across many episodes. And I think that's probably because the show does something I don't think any other shows I've ever seen have done. It starts you at the end of a hero's journey. Frieren's previous party had just completed the major task, defeating the ultimate evil, saving the world. You as the viewer don't get to see that happen. You don't watch the show that focused on that hero's journey. You are watching the show of what happens next through the eyes of Frieren, who is an immortal being. She is an elf, so the 10 years they spent on that journey saving the world, that's not even a blip on the radar of her overall lifespan. And the way she views the world around her is like very distant and removed emotionally, because everything she is experiencing is so trivial in the grand scheme of her never-ending life. Her extraordinarily long life, all of this will be meaningless at some point. So she's very apathetic. There was a comparison I drew on my first watch that I still think is somewhat applicable, where there is a game, an amazing game I played a long time ago on the Xbox 360 called Lost Odyssey, that kind of tackles occasionally similar things as Frieren through like some short stories in the game. And I don't know, I think maybe I just got the wrong impression for what the show was really about and where the show was going, because I didn't give it enough of a chance. But I'm just so happy I went back to watch Frieren, because this show really is special. And even the first 4 or 5 episodes this time around, I was a lot more gripped by. And the show does, like, really gather a lot of steam after you get through, like, the initial building blocks and the foundation that it lays. My initial impressions of Frieren was that she was just going to be, like, kind of a generic stoic character and immortal where, like, everyone she could ever care about will die, so what's the point in caring? Which is something I've seen in other shows where they have, like, a character that feels kind of like a robot, like an emotionless husk. And I thought that's what they were setting Frieren up to be, where eventually they'd start to like crack that shell slowly but surely. She is immortal, time is very different to her, but she has emotions, she has tons of emotions, and she conveys them in her own way, and she subtly changes as well in her own way as a result of all of her experiences and everyone that she meets, and she starts to have regrets, and she starts to care to learn about these people that she has a party with. So it's a very cool growth to see across the season, and I just think the show is beautifully done. It has action too. It's not like just dialogue and doing chores. Granted, a lot of it is them making stops in their journey to do certain things, but the stops are also a really valuable experience too, and they're not like boring or anything. I actually think some of the stops are the most memorable parts of the show, with what you get to learn and what comes from their experiences at these stops, where she's like collecting grimoires and whatever is payment. It's just unlike anything I had seen before, and I think my initial impressions were that it was going to be like kind of boring, maybe even slice of lifey, so I just maybe didn't tune out and connect with the themes. But going back this time around, man, it fucking hits. Time has always been like a very grand, scary concept to me. In fact, 2 of my tattoos are time-oriented pieces, as corny as that sounds. It's just so interesting the things you can play with in this ballpark when it comes to time. And the way Frieren uses it with her, I think is brilliant. The show is just truly a complete package. It is visually breathtaking. I think they've knocked it out of the park with the animation. The emotional beats really resonate with viewers clearly because it's like one of the top rated anime of all time. But like even me personally, a lot of like the themes that we're coming across, like they do hit and it feels very poignant. Like it is a well-executed show when it comes to its emotional moments, and its characters, I feel like, have a lot of depth and are very well fleshed out and established, and it makes you care about them and their journey. And it does also have action, and I think the action is great. I'll probably wait to do a full review on Frieren after Season 2, because it's right around the corner. But for now, I just wanted to put this out here about how wrong I was with my initial impressions of Frieren. This show slaps. I think Frieren is a masterpiece. So I definitely get the glaze now. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. I don't know everything you've seen in your life, but I know one thing for sure that you have bore witness to. It was a 30-year-old man smiling. But have you ever seen a 31-year-old man smile? Now you have. But what's making this 31-year-old man smile, you're asking yourself? What could this Neanderthal possibly find joy in? What's making this caveman express a grin like this? Well, it's because he found the best FPS out at the moment, and he's been playing it a lot. And I already know what you're thinking. You think you know what game I'm about to speak on, because the Battlefield 6 beta's out, and everyone's having a lot of fun. It turns out it is actually really good. I'm also liking it. But you'd be wrong to think that that's the game I'm referring to here. I'm actually talking about a little bad boy, a little humdinger called The Finals. I actually played this game during its tech test, and I really enjoyed it. I saw a lot of potential with it, but when the game fully came out, I made like a dog with its bone and buried it in the backyard of my mind. And I just hadn't touched it since, which was a huge mistake, a sin, really, on my gamer resume. Because this game slaps. It boggles my mind that the game isn't more popular. It's pretty shocking, actually. But it's true. Like a crack addict on the subway, this shit is slept on. I don't understand how, though. It is so good. I just revisited it for my gaming channel because I'd heard some people talk about it occasionally during streams, like, hey, do you plan on checking out The Finals? The new season it just came out and it's really good. And there was some glaze and even a little bit of hype around the new season, but it kind of petered out. But for the gaming channel, I'm playing like everything ever made. So The Finals is something that piqued my interest when it got mentioned. So I hopped on there on a whim, and I had so much fun playing it. So now I've played it every day since. It really does feel like something new in the genre, which is very rare. It feels like such a fresh take on an FPS multiplayer experience. Now, that's not to say everything about it is totally unique. A lot of the abilities you'll see you've definitely used before, such as like a dodge or a turret that you can place, things like that. But mixed in there are also some things I know you haven't seen before, like a dematerializer, where you can like dematerialize a wall, a floor, pretty much like any surface, because the game has an extreme level of destruction. It is a core component to the gameplay loop where you will be strategizing around it. So like if you're playing 2 heavies and a light, you might want to consider like blowing up the top floor of the building where the vault that you're going to cash out is. The objective, I should explain, is a really cool objective I've never experienced before in a first-person shooter, where it is 3v3v3v3, and you are fighting to cash out a big bundle of money into a vault. But the vault isn't like a static thing. It can be moved. It has its own physics. So if you're playing like 2 heavies and a light, since the heavies are a little slower, it might be best that you bring that vault to a location that is easier for them to reinforce. So if it's on like the top floor of a building, you might want to consider destroying the top, middle, top and middle floors to bring it to the bottom, so that way you can defend it better with the 2 heavies. Like, there's just so much strategizing that goes into like just the destructible elements of the game. And I know destruction has become a marketing nothing burger buzzword, because a lot of games will bill themselves as having destruction mechanics, but all it is you can blow up like a toilet somewhere and they're like, yeah, destruction 6.0 is here. But in this game, trust me, it is big. Like Battlefield 6 actually, in the beta, destruction is actually finally back in Battlefield in a big way. But I would argue the finals has even more of it, and it's even more integral to the experience. Not to like compare the two, but I just want to make a mention, like, the destruction is really important here. But it's not like the main selling point. The main selling point is just how smooth the game is and how fresh everything feels. So, yes, there's going to be plenty of familiar guns and weapons, like melee weapons that you'd probably used before, guns you've definitely used before, abilities you've used before, but they're used in a new way in this game, and it blends so well. There's a really good video from a YouTuber named Kelsky, who just went over everything that the finals has to love about it, and I think he does a great job at capturing all of it. So if you want like a deeper dive into why I think it's the best FPS, I agree with a lot of what Kelsky says in that video. But I also wanted to drop you some of my random clips over the last couple days of playing the finals. These are in no like particular order, they're not even that impressive, but this is just the first time in a long time where I've really been like hooked on a first-person shooter multiplayer game. So I just wanted to drop these here and just put this game on your radar as something to maybe check out if you want like a fun first-person shooter to hop into. I saved it. Oh, I'm clutch. I went the wrong way. Clutch. I've learned. Yep. I've learned. I understand it now, baby. Huge. Solo team wipe. Well, not fully solo. Almost fully solo teamed wipe them. Actually, it might have been solo. I think I got the other guy too, didn't I? With the grenades. I know they're mad too. I gave them those vegetables. They said, no, please. Not that. Not the broccoli. Not the cruciferous greens. And I said, it's gotta be done. Oh, shit. Got him. Clean. You're welcome, boys. Yeah, one of them just left. They gave up. Easy dub. I think I really demoralized them when I came and just fucking clapped both of their cheeks in the very first vault. Wait. Got it. Double assist. Oh, that was sad. That was very sad. Wow. This guy's got 14 frags right now. Man might drop a 20 burger on their skulls. Just reload. There we go. I got him, I got him. Just gonna rip it right here, raw. What a slaughter. I'm double digits. He's in 20 kill ballpark. And our other guy still has 0. I don't even know how it's possible to have 0 right now with the slaughter we've been putting on him. It's been a full-blown hurtin'. Spread out, spread out, spread out. Clutch. Oh, no, no, no! I had that too. I got him, I got him. Got him too. Clean. I got it. I got it. You protect us. Nice. Clean! Oh my god, that's strafe. Oh! R.I.P. Rizzler, holy. Autistic Rizzler just got fucking sniped. I threaded the needle through there. Oh my. Got him. Got him too. Oh, he's still alive. Nope, no he's not. No he's not. No, the fuck he's not. Not on my watch. Let's go! That's a team wipe. Oh, that's my turret. Clutch.
Wakey, wakey, back to the battle. One after another.
I've done it again. Huge clutch. Again. Ice in my veins. Gotcha. Team wipe. Fucking chicken jockey. I'm going ballistic. Easy. So easy! Bang! What an animal. What an animal. 8-0 in the final round. I absolutely farted on him. I straight pooted on him out here. Holy, that was easy. Damn, 26-3 I think is what that said. Nice, bronze 4. We're already cruising up the ranks. Piotr Zarek. I'm saying the name out loud immediately at the start of this video so that way I don't forget how to pronounce his name. I'm sure I'm going to fumble it later on, but at the very least you can say I got it right once. Anyway, he has made such a colossal fool of himself that he has torched not only his reputation, but that of his company as well. Piotr Zarek, Piotr Zarek, it's crazy how quickly I already forgot how to say his name, Goober, is a Polish CEO and multi-millionaire. He is the CEO of a company called Drogbrook. And I think I pronounced that incorrectly as well because I made that sound like a Warhammer 40k weapon. And right now he's like one of the most hated people on the planet for a clip that just went insano style. This is far from the first time something like this has happened, but I've mainly seen it in baseball, where some oily dude who looks like he sweats grease and is anamorphing into a hot dog ends up, like, catching a baseball that was intended for a kid next to him. And in those cases, they typically try and cope by saying, oh, I thought it was for me, I wasn't sure, we were all trying to catch the ball, something like that. This is probably one of the most blatant cases, though. So, this is a tennis player named Matrzak. He was giving his hat to a kid, and the Polish CEO, Piotr, he had another idea right there. He fucking intercepts that, he snatches it out of the kid's hands, and then you can even hear the kid say, no, what are you doing? And the answer to that question is simple. He's looking out for number one. You don't get to be top of the food chain, big time CEO without taking a little candy from some babies. That's exactly what he's doing. He's giving this kid a life lesson. You thought you were getting a gift? Nope. Sometimes it's not Santa Claus that pays you a visit, it's Krampus. And right now he's coming in the form of a scrawny douchebag CEO named Piotr. And the story has a much worse ending for him than it does for the kid, because this blew up to such an incredible degree that Matrzak was able to actually learn about it and then meet up with that kid later to give him another hat as well as an autograph, so the kid got to meet him and everything. Meanwhile, Piotr receives the ire and all of the tomatoes thrown by the entire world, and his company is now going up in flames because of his behavior here. But At least he has that hat that he took out of a kid's hands, I guess. That can go over the fireplace mantle, I suppose. Now, I feel like I should put this in here somewhere because it's receiving so much steam. There is allegedly a statement from Piotr himself. There are even some outlets reporting this as like an official response, but I can find no evidence that Piotr or anyone that represents him actually made this statement. This to me feels like that initial Coldplay CEO situation where after he was caught cheating, there was a statement put out on his behalf even though he had nothing to do with it and it ended up being completely fraudulent and false. That to me feels like what this is because it is so comically villainous that I just don't believe it, and I can't find like any actual evidence to support its authenticity, but I'm going to put it here anyway because everyone seems to be talking about it. I would say take this with a grain of salt. I'm not convinced this actually comes from him. This is what people are claiming is the original, and then when you translate it, you get this. The recent incident at the tennis match has caused a disproportionate online uproar. It's all about the famous hat, of course. I love that statement. Like, even though I think this isn't real, I just love the famous hat. As if it's like the #1 soda drink hat from SpongeBob with Smitty Jensen, whatever his name was. Yes, I took it. Yes, I did it quickly. But as I've always said, life is first come, first served. I understand that some people might not like it, but please let's not make a global scandal out of the hat. It's just a hat. If you were faster, you would have it. Regarding online hate, I remind you that insulting a public figure is subject to legal liability. All offensive comments, slander, and insinuations will be analyzed for the possibility of taking the matter to court. In the end, chin up, hats off, less venom, more sportsmanship. Like I said, I don't actually believe this comes from Piotr or anyone who represents him. I think it's just a bunch of fish paste here. It's too over the top. And someone like Piotr, a multi-millionaire CEO, would absolutely have a lawyer or a PR firm put out a statement on his behalf that definitely wouldn't have, yes, I did it, and yes, I did it quickly. If you were faster, you wouldn't have lost it. If you're not first, you're last. Though that would be a crazy twist if this is actually real, and that's the statement they made. Adult reflexes are faster. I was just... evolution chose me to be the recipient of that hat. If that kid was meant to have it, well, then he should have acted quicker. Grow up, nerd. Could have been your hat if you were half the man as me. I would be very shocked to learn that this is real. I really think it's just way too over the top. And it seems like it is meant to be in your face and, like, eye-catching and incendiary. I imagine another, like, motivator for something like this isn't just to, like, take the piss. It's probably to further, like, ruin the reputation of the person. So people will make, like, really inflammatory pieces like this, like with the Coldplay CEO. So that way people get even more upset. And a surefire way of doing that is threatening legal action against people that speak out against him. That is, like, the #1 sign that it's probably fake. While legal action is something a lot of these, like, rich fucking out-of-touch zombies in suits do, I can't imagine, and I certainly haven't seen many cases, of them coming out and being like, if you say anything mean about me, you're being sued. That, so far, has been mainly reserved for fake statements like this. That definitely wouldn't be in there, and it also wouldn't have, like, a sign-off with, like, like fucking poetry. Chin up, less venom, hats off, that kind of thing. That's like almost like a Sonic the Hedgehog level thing there. It's not real. I don't think this is legitimate. There's also another statement, apparently from a law firm in Poland, who is representing Piotr, who is making legal threats about people that are insulting him and slandering him online, which I can find no evidence to being true. I haven't seen that law firm make any statements about the, actual case here that they're representing Piotr in or anything of the sort. It all just seems like a wild goose chase here. This seems to be the new common trend where anytime there's like a big drama story, a bunch of people will scramble to make up some fake shit around it so they can post it online for some immediate updates to try and get paid off of like Twitter engagement farming. That seems to be the goal of it, and it just creates a bunch of confusion and muddies the waters so then you don't know what's true and what's not with it. I did also want to drop this little nugget here in your lap that I learned about. So he is apparently an amateur competitive tennis player himself, whom I imagine is going to be the heel going forward in all of his matches. Most people are probably going to be booing him from this point forward when he competes. And he actually has a private tennis court at his home, and his wife was quoted saying, "It was the most wonderful gift of my life. Our employees came up with the idea, and my husband helped them implement it." Now, far be it from me to question the workplace culture here. You're telling me the employees said that their boss deserves to have his own private tennis court? It was their idea? Really? I don't... Does that happen in Polish companies? Do the employees love their bosses so much that they get together and say, we want our boss to have his own private tennis court? Can we do that? Come on, guys, let's band together and let's try and pitch this idea to our boss that he should have his own private tennis court in his home. What do we say, huh? What do you say about that? He's a superstar. We love him. I'm just trying to imagine that perspective over here in America in the corporate world. Like, Bill Gates does an interview. It's like, yeah, I wasn't convinced that I needed a 4 billion mile yacht, but, well, all my Microsoft employees said, Bill, you deserve it. So I said, okay, I guess for you guys, I'll go ahead and try and find a way to get that made. I don't know, it just feels so weird to me, that statement. I mean, maybe the employees really do love him and they all banded together to try and help him with the private tennis court as like a good idea. I don't know. He doesn't really seem like a guy that's easy to love. He's literally taking a fucking hat meant for a kid at a tennis court in front of everybody. No shame at all. Even when the kid's like talking directly to him, he just ignores the kid, pretending he can't hear him. He doesn't seem like really a great guy that a lot of people would cheer for and be behind, but I guess maybe this is just one of his lower moments. Maybe he didn't even see the kid there. Maybe he thought the hat was meant for him. And the resistance from the kid, maybe he thought the kid was trying to steal the hat from him. Who knows? Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. I'm kidding. Obviously there's not. There's no way to justify blatantly just taking this hat from the kid. I don't know. The guy seems like he super sucks. Anyway, Piotr, big douchebag. That's about it. See ya.
He'd previously been arrested back in 2015, coincidentally by some of the same officers. In May 2015, Eric was arrested after a woman caught him filming her through a peephole while she used a porta-potty. Further investigation revealed more of Eric's disturbing behavior.
He tried to film a stranger through a porta-potty peephole. I didn't even know porta-potties had peepholes. I'm assuming he custom built that himself, fucking threw a glory hole in there and used it to film people. Or maybe he, like, built his own, like, soundstage that looked like a porta potty so it could film people. I don't know. It's fucking crazy, though. The lunacy knows no bounds. And he would actually proudly post about shit on Twitter, too. So, like, they bring up tweets here. Like, the first one they show about him cleaning out his phone, and then he has the gall to say, in Jesus' name.
In 2022, Eric was confronted by a coworker who found a camera disguised as a phone charger in the women's restroom. It was plugged in and facing the toilet. Eric insisted it was a regular phone charger and fled with the device. Unsurprisingly, he was fired from his job.
I'm assuming this footage they're showing comes from his Twitter, or maybe like he had a TikTok account where he's doing this loser shit like Naruto running while doing a 360. I have no idea. But it is unbelievable the links he would go to for this depravity. So he had a hidden camera phone charger, like this fucking crazy like spy gadget that he plugged into a wall outlet in the bathroom and had faced the toilet. Like, you can't trust any household objects in Michigan while this guy was on the loose. I didn't realize technology reached the point where we could disguise phone chargers as hidden cameras. So good on the astute observer that happened to pick up on that and then confronted him about it, which of course he denied, and then he snatched it away and Naruto ran off into the distance. But like, it's just crazy. Like, there was nothing sacred in bathrooms across Michigan. You think that that's a skid mark in the toilet from a previous poop? Nope. Actually a hidden camera from Eric. You think your parents are actually your parents? Nope. Actually DARPA drones that Eric designed for the sole purpose of trying to convince you to go to the bathroom so they could spy on you for Eric's hard drive. Like, it's unbelievable how many cameras he was setting up in bathrooms across the entire area.
The case escalated to a whole new level when the police found an appalling 7,000 videos of unclothed or partially clothed people in Eric's possession. Some had even been recorded in a private residence. They also found images taken up women's skirts, which suggested he had a camera device attached to his shoe. This particular unpleasant collection dated all the way back to 2010.
7,000 videos. And also, turns out he was a notorious upskirt pervert creep. He put a camera on his shoes so he could take those pictures. And I'm guessing by that tweet would even post it on Twitter. Like, he would publicly post the upskirts, it seems. Or at least some of them. What? Also, it turns out he was arrested in 2006, but that one had actually been scrubbed from the records. That shit was like the cloning planet from Star Wars. Like, it had just been removed from the archives because of a program to try and help young first-time offenders or something like that. Anyway, he posted his $100,000 bail. He did get picked up again later. Turns out him getting arrested didn't mean shit to him. In fact, through some of what they recovered, they were able to actually figure out the timing of a good chunk of it. And some of it he had recorded after being discharged the same day. So he just kind of viewed getting arrested as like a nuisance. It wasn't actually a deterrent or anything for him. It was just kind of like a bump in the road, like he hit a pothole. So now all of a sudden he would have less videos that day, but he still went right back to it the second he had the ability to. It's fucking nuts. And then, in the back of the police car, this is where that clip in the beginning comes from. He then tries like a bunch of like weird conversational tactics and gotchas to try and like, I don't know, strengthen his case of innocence while in the back. And that eventually leads him to stating that the officer is not supposed to be judgmental of crime. So now he starts to try and lecture the officer on morality.
You're not supposed to be judgmental to anybody's crimes, by the way. I need your badge number, by the way.
I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, when I say I do worse, when you say I do worse stuff when I was getting in the car.
No, when you said
you're not supposed to do that.
Don't fight, and I said you're right. It's worse.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to do that.
Why am I not?
Because you're not supposed to judge crimes. You're supposed to be.
What are
Okay.
you talking about?
All right, man.
Not exactly Phoenix Wright, but a very interesting tactic to try nonetheless. You judged my crime, I'm going to need your badge number, you're not allowed to do that. And the officer's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Didn't even do that.
In 2024, Eric was convicted of 13 felonies. Eric was sentenced to 8 to 20 years and will not be eligible for parole until 2030. The true number of Eric Morton's victims, along with the identity of the anonymous caller who started the investigation, will likely never be known.
They successfully identified 15 victims, and Eric was convicted on these 13 felonies, so he's facing 8 to 20 years. Ideally, he'll get the full 20 behind bars, but the thing is, even 2 decades in the slammer, I feel like the day he gets released, he's going right back to it. He's hopping right back in the saddle. He has been doing this for over a decade, and no matter how many times he's been taken into custody and arrested, or even been in jail for these crimes, he then gets right back to it. Like, this is, to him, his life's mission. This is why he was put on this earth. To compromise bathrooms. It's fucking sickening. Anyway, though, I wanted to just talk about this a little bit. This story just had me stunned. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. I don't want to be wasting too much money. I need to be compounding investments. But I'm gonna grab that because that's too good to pass up. I need pocket dice, you bastard! Thank you. That's all I can afford, though. We gotta get Franken-Dude with 1 reroll. Yeah, I've been kind of addicted to this game. I just want to be one of the first people to beat round 123. I've been coming close. Well, rather, I came close once to getting to 123. I died on 122 right at the end. Okay, no Franken-Dude in our first set here. Oh my god, not like this. No, 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 we have one more reroll. Franken-Dude! Okay, we're cooked. GG. Probably GG. I guess just medics. But the run is cooked. The run is actually fully fucking cooked. We'll just save the money for a big compound interest buy. I'm not gonna reset. I'll see if I can take this there. I don't think it can beat 122, but I want to see if I can take it there. The Wizard Cleric combo goes hard. I haven't really used Wizards much. Maybe they can be good, I don't know. It's just the best damage dealing combo is Franken-Dudes and Necro-Dudes. I don't think there's anything else in the game that can scale as hard as that. So to prep for 123, like I feel like you have to have that. Looks like the guy who beat 124 is same build but swapped Franken Dude with Spartan Dude. Oh, so he did go with Spartan Dude. That's what I was theory crafting, what, yesterday? Where I was like, maybe Spartan Dudes probably would do it. So what, instead of having Paladins here, he has, Spartans? Or instead of having Bards, he has Spartans. Or Medics. Or Clerics. What does he swap? It's just Spartans instead of Franken. Yeah, so, but I mean, I don't have Franken right now. So what of my build does he not use? My guess would be he doesn't use Clerics. He probably uses Paladins. I'm going to be honest, I actually don't know if I can kill wave 60 if I do a full investment, but I also have to if I want to, like, prep for 123. So we can't be a bitch about it. We gotta just run it. Alright, let's see if we make it. Just give me another bard. Just full buy. We got all my dudes back. Alright. Oh, we're fine. I thought they'd be hitting a lot harder on this build. Oh, we're good. Probably. Bards are dropping a little lower than I'd like, but we're still fine. Yeah, I had nothing to worry about. That's going to be a nice payday on this investment. Does this go on forever, or is there an end goal? It's endless, but the end goal is beating 123. Round 123 is basically unbeatable. Apparently it's been done, but it's very, very hard. The best I've done is 122. Now we get to cook! Yeah, I know. The bitrate gets absolutely destroyed for this. Nothing I can do about it. I think we're gonna really struggle with damage here in the hundreds. I don't think I'll get to 120 with this. Seeing how we're handling these waves, I just don't see us making it. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, this is really good. The tuning fork there? Hold on a second, sports fans. Maybe doable? Maybe? Tuning fork is so good for us right now. What do you need to buy to make the dudes kiss? Good question. There is no kissing item in the game yet. But it's still just the demo. I'm sure it'll get there at some point. Yeah, we're in the bitrate destroying rounds now. I know. Just fucking hang in there. Hang tight. Buckle your seatbelt. We're trying to go for the long haul up to 123. God, our sustain is incredible though. We are very, very, very sticky. I just wish we could hit a little bit harder. Got a little nervous there for a second. Bees can fucking sneak up on you. They can get you when you're least expecting it. Nice! We handled that so well. I don't even think I needed to use a spore. What the fuck? We're kind of cruising. This might break the record. It won't. The sustain is incredible, but the damage I just don't think is there. I don't think we have the damage for it. You'll see what I mean on 122. Assuming I get to 122. These are like the only 2 relics left, I think. Kickstarter. I guarantee at least one person watching this just had a PTSD flashback. I just induced trauma with a single word. Kickstarter's a platform that's no stranger to scams. That goes together like peanut butter and jelly. That's not to say that all of them on Kickstarter are scams. In fact, some incredibly great projects have been the result of successful Kickstarter backing. But ask anyone out there that's ever put a few clams behind some projects, and I guarantee you they'll tell you some horror stories of how they've been burned. It is a platform that can send shivers down your spine for all the lost money because you bought into an idea and then it never came to fruition. There's no guarantee what you back on Kickstarter will ever even really exist, and there's never any real repercussions to the scammer should that unfold. God rest the soul of Michael Superbacker and the Air Umbrella. At least that story has a somewhat wholesome conclusion, but on the whole, Kickstarter is a platform where you get some good and you get some real bad. And now in the age of AI, Kickstarter has never been worse. It is in a brutal position for people to identify what's real and what's fake. I'm reading every day about more and more disgusting uses of AI. It is basically technology that is exclusively used to exploit people and mislead people. Quick side quest here before diving into the Kickstarter state and how awful it is thanks to AI. I read a wild story today about a DoorDash driver who was using AI-generated images to pretend as if he delivered the food to the customer. So I believe that he was using like Google Street View. So he brought up the address and brought up the Street View and would take the image of the person's door and then AI generate that door with their food there and then marking it as a completed delivery. So the scam is they AI generate the front door with their food there as if they had delivered it. They cash it in basically, and they're able to do that instantly. Fucking nuts. I also was reading something about a construction company that was using AI generated images to pretend like they had finished projects in order to secure more contracts. It's completely out of control. And in Kickstarter specifically, last night on stream, we did like a quick dive to see the most popular projects on the platform to see if they used AI. Spoiler alert, they all did. So it is extremely difficult to even know what's real and what's fake with what you're backing on Kickstarter now, it seems. It is so fucking absurd. I'm now curious if everyone is pitching Kickstarter products with AI videos to make it seem more professional. I actually haven't checked Kickstarter scams in a while. I bet that's a very common thing now, though. Let me see. I'm just going to see what like the top funded projects are at the moment and see if there's any AI video for it. All categories. Popularity. So the most popular thing right now is called Pick Pack. Let's see.
We all have too many and choosing them is a nightmare.
This doesn't look like AI.
They're basically trapped on our phones.
But the song sounds like it's Suno generated.
Is there any better way?
Oh wait, is that an AI voiceover?
Is there any better way? Meet PickPack, an e-ink album that custom feeds your
That's
memories
definitely
favorite.
AI voice. So I'm pretty sure that was AI Suno music and an AI voiceover. At first I thought it was just a very unenthusiastic guy, but it's just an AI voiceover. This is literally the most popular project on Kickstarter right now. Just went to the #1 and it's instantly usage of AI in the pitch. So yeah, safe to say it looks like Kickstarter projects have pivoted to now using AI to make it seem more professional. If only the coolest cooler came out now. Oh my god, these fucking names, brother. These are blasts from the past. The coolest cooler. Oh my god. No more charming videos of the guy turning around saying, "Oh hi, didn't see you there." Yeah. Well, it's just the death of, like, everything authentic. I want here, let's go to the second most popular and see if it's AI. Maybe this was just like a truly unlucky time to hop in. The second most popular project is called the World's First Desktop Aeroponic Plant Ecosystem.
This is iZesty, a desktop aeroponic plant.
Immediately AI voice. It's crazy. Oh my god. Is everything on Kickstarter all AI now? This is #3 most popular.
Hello everyone, this is your old friend, Titanier.
It's good to see you again, Titanier. It's excellent. It's been too long. It's always good to see an old friend, Titanier. Oh my god, it's despicable. What the fuck? Yeah, so Kickstarter looks like it's all AI now. Just checked Indiegogo, it's the same thing. Oh, I'm not surprised. Indiegogo was always even more scam-oriented than Kickstarter. But now, just for the sake of a little bit of fun, let me see. Let me sort by most popular there. I bet that one's ballistic. So it looks like the most popular right now on Indiegogo is the Foldy. Their damage is also really good now because of the stored packed buff that they get. So their damage has been really good. I've been looking at the numbers. They're constantly like second. Well, I guess tied for third here, but it fluctuates. Their damage is really good. That's the important thing. Wow. Insta-killing. Half, yep. The unicorns fucking hate necromancy. Okay, but the free restock was helpful. Oh my god. Oh my god, these are both so fucking good. Oh. I mean, this is better in this situation, but that's also so good. Oh my god, what the fuck? We could have had something crazy if I had a little bit more money. Hopefully I see it again. Oh my lord, Tourniquet was unreal. If I could have gone Tourniquet and Frenzy, what the fuck, man? Hopefully I can see Tourniquet again. Haven't lost a single non-Skella dude. I thought for sure I'd need to pop a consumable here. Nope. Even my one knight, unrelicked, is still alive. Holy shit. Still didn't need it. Holy shit. Wait, we are cooking. We are cooking. You love to see that, man. The boys are really performing well. These dudes are putting on a fucking show. Excellent work, gentlemen. It's fucking unreal. I haven't needed any consumables. This is great going into 114. Even the bees, man! Even the bees can't fuck me! Oh my god. No fucking way! Holy shit! Not a single casualty. Or consumable. Man, what a squad. Warlocks did great, man. Warlocks really did impress me here. I'm very proud of them. I'm loving it! Those unicorns even tried to isolate one Franken dude, bully him, and couldn't. They really thought. The big B's really thought, huh? They were really thinking there for a moment, weren't they? How interesting. How truly interesting. To have been thinking. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Alright, it's 1:14, baby. I don't think... Did either of my... There we go. Wow, there was so much lag there. Neither one of my things were off. Nice. Made it. Alright. Eyes on the prize now. Let's get to 120, baby. It's crazy how the knight doesn't die. I have put 0 relics into the knight, nothing, and he still has survived every single round. I think he's only died like once when I first got him. When he first showed up at my doorstep. Alright, 119. This has been by far my best run. This is my best chance. Come on, boys. Hang in there, hang in there, hang in there. Obviously, I'm a little greasy. No, I haven't showered yet. So what? Who cares? Have you showered yet? If you did and didn't use Cheeky soap, then it doesn't count. Cheeky's the best soap in the universe. I know, I'm looking disheveled, but what are you? The Mighty Morphin Shower Rangers? I also haven't grown any taller. I'm still short. You want to make a big deal out of that too? Point is, yesterday was a pretty crazy day on Twitch. I think most of you have noticed over the last year or so, I've been very out of touch when it comes to internet creator drama. I haven't been keeping up like I used to, but occasionally I do still dip my toes in sporadically to see what's going on. And yesterday during stream, chat was telling me about 2 really big things that were happening. The first being a live-streamed birth on Twitch. The second being Hassan apparently using a shock collar on his dog on Twitch. Both of these sounded fucking nuts to me, so obviously I looked into them, And I know the Hassan dog stuff is what's blown up the most, but I actually want to start by blabbering about the live birth, because out of the two of these, this is the one I have the least to say with. The Hassan dog one, I'm be yapping. But let's start with the live birth, because apparently I've got a very hot take with this. The sentiment across the web, from what I can tell, is people are extremely positive about it, very supportive, and think that it was a wonderful thing. I don't necessarily have that perspective. I'll show you a brief snippet here of what the stream was like, with the baby being delivered in front of, like, allegedly, you know, tens of thousands of viewers. I'm seeing numbers that range from 30,000 to 100,000. I think people claiming 100,000 are including all the people that watch partied the birth. Now, I want to be clear, I'm very happy that everything went well with the delivery here. When it comes to home births, I've heard like horror stories and such about things that can go wrong and then not being able to get immediate care that a hospital offers. Like there's just a lot of things that I've read about that can be like disastrous, and I'm super, super relieved that this was not one of those cases. It seems like everything went really smooth, everything went perfectly. A healthy baby was delivered, and I think that is all extraordinary. That being said, I really hate that there has been a complete deterioration of the value of privacy. It seems like people don't want privacy anymore. Like, there is no such thing as like a special moment anymore if you can't monetize it and publicly display it. Something like the birth of your child, to me, would be something that you would want with your closest family, your soulmate. You know, like, this would be something so personal that you wouldn't want just a bunch of strangers peeking in on. And of course, I'm not her. I am not the family. She can do whatever she wants, but I'm giving you my perspective here, that to me, this seems like a sign of the times where everything needs to be like content brand, content oriented. There's really no other reason to be live streaming the delivery of your child other than the obvious attention it's going to bring with it. And I don't know, to me that just feels so odd and so, I hate using this word, dystopian. That word is like actual fucking like acid leaving my mouth because it's lost so much meaning with how overly it's used, but this feels so dystopian to me. It turns something as sacred as life entering this world into a monetizable spectacle, an event that tons of people were watch partying like it was a fucking football game. So it's not just a baby that might need to be breastfed here. She actually went out and was breastfeeding the entirety of the Twitch ecosystem here with additional views for those streams that were watching and reacting to her giving birth. I just think that is so fucking sad that everything has to be content now. Before that baby can even have its first thought or open its eyes, it's already a piece of content. It's already in the social media chaotic swirl. It's already on camera. And to me, that's just crazy. But to a lot of people, it's not. Which I think is just kind of concerning, that we've deteriorated so much that everything is like expected to be content now. I'm a viewer of this streamer. Why shouldn't I be allowed in the delivery room when she gives birth? In fact, that makes a lot of sense for me to be there, actually. I've watched her streams a lot. I don't know. I just don't like that. Again, I'm very happy that everything went super well here with the actual delivery of the baby, and everything seems to be very healthy, and I think that's great. I just truly cannot agree with the sentiment that this is somehow like a positive thing, because I don't view it that way. Like, to me, this is very clearly content first, like content focused. And everyone can eat, so everyone gets a piece of content to watch this baby being born. I don't know. I don't really like that idea. It somewhat reminds me of a joke I told a while ago about a piece of content about how I should deliver a baby. Like how extreme that would be as like a banger video to deliver someone's baby. It's kind of like that joke, but unironically here. Like, it actually happened. Well, of course, not to the level of like some completely unqualified goober like delivering a baby, but just like the act of a child being born into this world immediately becoming a piece of content. I just don't like that. Anyway, though, let's move on to the next subject. This is the one that is by far the biggest from yesterday, and probably one of just the biggest topics in general, which is Hassan and his dog.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby. It's just, you're making her stressed. She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom.
Now, for the life of me, like, I cannot understand what he's even upset about in the first place that he starts, like, scolding the dog for. She moved like an inch, like slightly off of that. It's like in a video game, like in Metal Gear Solid, when someone gets like a fucking question mark over their head, they're like zipping to you immediately. Like, she doesn't do anything really other than move slightly, and he is noticeably upset. He is upset about that specifically. Even before this incident, earlier in the stream, he had already, gotten annoyed at her for moving around prior to this.
The absolute worst country on the planet, straight up, bar none, a capitalist shithole. Kaya, now is not the opportunity for you to... Down. The absolute worst fucking place on the planet. Just a horrific...
I think it's pretty clear that the dog moving off of that spot is what's making Hassan annoyed at her. Now, I saw he mentioned place training. Place is an actual dog training thing, and the whole idea behind it is designating a spot in a comfortable location for your pet. For a lot of people, I know it's like their office if they work from home. And Hassan was talking about how that area is her place. And for dog training, place is supposed to be like their happy spot where they are super safe and they feel super secure. And the way training goes with this, at least from everything I know about dog training, now keep in mind, when we first got Tetra, we did do dog training because my grandmother used to live with my parents, and Tetra gets very excited to see people. It's the cutest thing in the world, but she loves to jump on people. And my grandma, living at my parents, when we'd go to visit, or if they came to visit, if Tetra would jump on her, it could cause injury. So we did do dog training in order to learn how to, help with that. We didn't do any, fear training or anything like that with shock collars or whatever, but place was something that we did learn about. And when it comes to place, you do not want to, make it something stressful for the animal, at least in our teachings. It's supposed to be a comforting spot for them, not like a stressful thing, where they just go there and fucking, blue screen in the brain and just sit there idly comatose. And if they don't, they get punished. So he's calling this her place. But when she's moving from the place, he's scolding her. That's not what we were taught you're supposed to do when it comes to place training. That kind of defeats the purpose of it. I don't know why he would be getting so upset at that, angry at the dog for moving from place. That really does kind of defeat the whole purpose of it. And then, in that clip, it seems like he reaches for something. Like he looks off screen and he extends his arm to something, and then shortly thereafter, the dog yelps in pain, and Hassan turns around and calls her a baby. And then tries to reassure the chat that she is spoiled, and then goes on to say that she's spoiled because his mother lets her, have free roam around the house. Now, he and the community are claiming that he didn't use a shock collar or anything, didn't, zap her, fucking Palpatine lightning blast her or anything like that. She got her dew claw stuck on that spot, and that's what made her yelp in pain. I guess, quick dog lore breakdown if you're not familiar with how those creatures function or anything. The dew claw is separate from the paw pad area claws. The dew claw is a little higher up on the leg. And it's an old trait from back way in yesteryear when dogs needed that extra claw. It is just now an evolutionary leftover. It's still present, but it's not something that obviously gets utilized by dogs to the same degree it used to. It is a sensitive area. That is true. If you've ever cut your dog's nails, or if you've ever taken your dog to a dog salon or something and they gave your dog a nail trim, you probably noticed that when it comes to the dew claw, they're very, defensive on it, like cautious, because it is such a tender spot. I have watched this clip like fucking 10 or 15 times now. And today I had some friends come in from out of town, so obviously I've been out most of the day at the farm, and this was actually a conversational topic. It's become so big that it was brought up by them. And every single person, and pretty much everyone I've seen online outside of Hassan and Hassan's community, is all saying the same thing. That yes, it looks like the dog does like touch its leg to that spot on the bed, but it doesn't look like it gets caught or anything. So it feels very unlikely that that is what caused the dog to scream in pain. Like, I don't think that's what made Kaya, that's her name, yelp. It doesn't seem to get caught or snagged on anything, and dew claws aren't so sensitive and so tender that even touching them would cause like a panicked scream or anything. Unless she has an injury there, but I don't think Hassan has mentioned that, at least not that I've seen. So it feels to me very unlikely that that's what caused it, based on everything that we can see. Now, initially, even Hassan's community was starting to question, did he just shock Kaya? Did he just use a shock collar on stream? And the clip instantly started going viral, and he kind of downplayed it and shrugged it off as like, oh, a bunch of bad actors attacking me for some fucking phony baloney, barnacles here, unbelievable, this is all a load of fish paste. And instead of doing what I think most people, like not even just streamers, just normal people would do, of like showing, no, look, it's not a shock collar, obviously I didn't shock my dog, he instead just brushes it off saying, nope, it's not a shock collar, you're stupid for thinking that it is. And that's the attitude that his community had as well, like, oh, you must have psychosis if you think it's a shock collar. Which I think is a little odd, because it's the easiest thing in the world to prove, right? You have all these people saying this shit, it's not true. Well, it takes like actually 3 seconds just to unclip that collar and just show like, hey guys, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here, this is not a shock collar, look, here's what it is, and then explain it. Like, I feel like even a non-streamer, like a complete normie, average Joe Schmo, if you went to their house and saw that happen, or like, hey, did you just shock that dog? They'd be like, oh my god, no, this is clearly a misunderstanding. No, that's not what happened. Like, I feel like most people would be very quick to show you and prove that it's not a shock collar because it's so quick and so easy to do. And the fact that he doesn't is odd. Like, it is very peculiar. Why wouldn't you in the moment? Like, that's such a natural thing to do, especially for what's easily a slam dunk. Like, you have all these people attacking you, you could easily just come out and fucking slam jam thank you ma'am on them by just being like, nope, it's not a shock collar, look, here you go, the proof is in the pudding, behold. Like, it'd be so quick, so simple, and it would be irrefutable. But that didn't happen yesterday. Instead, it was kind of brushed off as like, you've got to be fucking stupid to think that Hassan would shock his dog on stream, and he just kind of propped it up as like, the only people that would believe this are like bad people in the first place, or like, grifters, this kind of thing. And I just find that to just be so disingenuous, because most people are going to see this and it looks like you shock your dog. Given how annoyed you are with the dog, and right before she yelps out in pain, you roll your eyes, you look at something off screen, you clearly are like, you are reaching off screen, that is very clear, and then the dog yelps while you were still annoyed, and then instead of doing like, holy fuck, we're gonna make it. Holy shit, we made it. Holy shit, we made it. We're in the 120s. We fucking did it. We're in the 120s. Okay. Uncharted water. I don't think I need the lightning. Maybe I do. Nice, 121. Man, the Warlock's still not dying. Nor Franken dudes. Alright, we're getting to 123. Getting close. I don't think anyone's beaten 123 yet. Oh my god! No. Hang in there! GG. Fuck, I couldn't make it to 123. Just shy. $122. Fuck! Great run, though. What a fucking great run. If I could have got a cleric instead of a knight, I think I had that. Though, admittedly, focusing on just 4 units instead of 5, I think also has a lot of benefits. Because I was able to juice so many medics and so many necro dudes, because then I didn't have to focus on also getting this one up. So, overall, I think 4 is very viable, but if I could have had clerics here, or bards, oof, that would have been amazing. I've really come around on warlocks. That was a really good showing from warlocks. I'm fully committing to the build in my head, which is medic, cleric, bard, necro dude, franken dude. And if I do not get that assortment, I'll probably just reset. And instantly not getting what I wanted. Okay. No, maybe Viking. Since maybe instead of doing medic, bard, cleric, I'll do medic, cleric, Viking, necro dude, franken dude. Because Viking can give everything berserk, which will be really good for us. Yep, there we are. That's the sound of a dude. There we go, we got our franken dudes. Nice. This is the one I wanted. That's the exact one I wanted. And pocket dice. Actually perfect. Threw that goose like a football. Damn, we got bards. I really need medic dude. I don't think bard's enough. Though, cleric, bard, Viking, franken dude, necro dude. Is cleric good enough at healing? I don't know if cleric can do it. That's the only problem, is I'm not confident cleric is enough healing. Bard is so fucking good. I'm doing it, I'm doing it. I need to save this just so we can get necro dude for sure. Up, 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 up. Good. I'm pretty optimistic here about this run. I feel like, because when we get to 122, their damage increases 2% every second. Oh, come on, not like this. Oh my god, not like this. No way. Okay, I'll go fuck myself. Really? 4 rerolls and no necro dude. I guess we'll try this, but now my franken dude is fucking useless. Oh, wow. Alright, we'll see if Vikings can carry. I'll just not put anything into franken dudes. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That blows my mind. What shit RNG that was. Woof! Man, we're taking damage. But at least they're saying ha, 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 ha. Like in Chivalry when you spam emotes. Spam the voice lines. Charge! That kind of thing. Wow. We are weak as fuck. Oh boy. I might not be able to do a full dump here. Because then we have zero chance of even making it to 120. Come on, come on, come on, hang in there, hang in there, hang in there, hang in there. Nah, I was right. I knew we couldn't survive that. Oh well, that was a terrible run. I did not get the shit that I wanted. I knew I should have trusted my fucking gut there. Ugh. Oh, I should have trusted my gut. That's so sad. Don't think you're getting anywhere without a Spartan, though. I did a Spartan run earlier. I was very unimpressed with the Spartans. Oh, this is tragic. Oh, this is so tragic. That's crazy. Okay. Gonna have to rely on RNG, no pocket dice. No bitches. Please, I need pocket dice. Like what I feel like most dog owners would do would like check to see like, is everything alright? Why'd she just yelp in pain? Instead of doing that, calling her a baby and then mentioning how spoiled she is about roaming the house, like that doesn't compute. If this was her dew claw getting stuck there and then yelping in pain, you would have no idea why she's yelping. Why is your first instinct to call her a baby and then mention how spoiled she is about, you know, your mom letting her roam the house? The response to it just doesn't really seem to make sense if what happened is her dew claw getting stuck there. I just don't see why he would respond that way, like so, like aggressive about it. It just doesn't really make sense. Now, a bunch of super sleuths were diving in, like really analyzing frame by frame. Apparently, Hassan has mentioned that she does have like an AirTag on her collar. People also saw like a doohickey underneath the AirTag right before the moment where she yelps, where there's like a green blinking gadget there, a little fucking gizmo. And people were speculating that's probably the shock collar. And now today, Hassan went on stream to show the collar and explain what it is that everyone saw.
This is the one that people are talking about. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. Are you happy? That's it. Good. There's the AirTag. There's the fucking vibrator. It also has a flashlight component to it at nighttime, and it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost. If she were to actually get fucking lost.
So on stream, he was showing that the unit everyone saw is something that can only vibrate, it can't shock. It also has like other things like a flashlight and stuff. And then he went on to explain like why he has a vibrator there for the sake of like training and that kind of thing. Now, since this was a day later, obviously people are going to be wondering, is this real? Like, is he telling the truth? Like, you could have swapped it out. You could have changed out the previous model with one that doesn't have shocking capabilities. Because there are vibrate-only units, and there are some that have vibrate and shock. Something he also mentions that those kind of things do exist. But since this was so far after the fact, people are always going to wonder, well, did he just switch it out? And something else that spawned from this is, it looks like there's tape on it. So when you watch it, and you like pay attention to the actual unit, it looks like there is just some black tape on it. And a bunch of people online started to try and find out what brand this is, because I don't know if I missed it and everyone else missed it, but I don't think he mentioned what model this is, like what brand or what model, anything like that. So people don't know what it is, they're just going to have to like take his word for it that this is a vibrate-only unit, and since there's no visible prongs, you're led to believe that it can't shock or anything. However, there are shock collars that have detachable prongs. In fact, the shock collars we use on Skill Check channel when we play Magic the Gathering and make a misplay and we shock ourselves, you can take the prongs off of those. I think that's a pretty standard feature in a lot of shock collars, I think. So, like, you can just take the prongs off. And when you increase the brightness here, it does seem like there's definitely tape. I've seen this picture floated around a lot, and people believe that they have narrowed it down to a model called the Educator ET400, which seems to match it visually 1-to-1 in all aspects except for the bottom side there, where on the ET400 there are 2 prongs there, but you can take those prongs off from what I can tell, at least online, and in the Hassan clip, there's a bunch of tape there, which potentially would be there to cover up the holes. I don't really know what else there would be tape there for. I don't really get that. Like, it doesn't make a ton of sense. But of course, I have no way of knowing 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt that Hassan shocked Kaya on that stream or anything like that. But based on the old eyeball test, the old smell test, what you can literally see, he is annoyed with Kaya. He expressed it a couple of times, scolded her. He rolls his eyes. He does reach for something off screen. And as he is reaching, it seems like when he finally gets to something, she yelps in pain. And then there's no real, like, concern from him, and instead talks about why she's like a spoiled baby. I don't see anything that she could have, like, hurt herself on. It doesn't seem like her dew claw or anything gets tangled up in the bed. So, to me, it feels like it is something he did. Even if it's not a full-blown shock, he didn't get her with, like, a Dungeons & Dragons lightning bolt or anything like that. If it is a vibrate-only unit, I feel like he definitely did press the vibrate in that instance there. I see nothing else that would cause that yelp here from everything that we can clearly see. And if that is the case, and that, to me, that's what it seems like the case is, that's super fucked up. She didn't do anything wrong. I don't think there's anything to warrant him being upset in the first place. And to be upset enough to press a, like, correctional button on that device is so beyond fucked. There was no bad behavior or any kind of correction or punishment needed to be doled out there. All she did was move on the bed slightly, like slightly move off the bed. I think it's super fucked up. But if this is all wrong, it's all a bunch of hooey, and Hassan didn't shock or vibrate or do anything at all here to cause Kaya to yelp in pain, I think A, it would have been very easy to immediately in the moment prove that by just showing the collar, which, again, I feel like is the most logical thing most people would have thought to do. But also, B, I still think all of his, like, anger and, like, annoyance at the dog for moving around off her place is just fucking weird, too. And then, of course, people were mentioning how Kaya's on stream 8 to 10 hours a day, and then just all of a sudden, randomly, he decides to shock her today. Yeah, great story you've got there, Buster. Really shows how stupid everyone's become. Everyone's really fucking dumb to believe in something like this. All just because he hasn't in the past on stream. And then, of course, people take it a step further, saying none of his friends have ever called him out for using a shock collar, thus this has to be a load of, fucking horseradish. I think this is a very weak argument, because I know if Hassan does use a shock collar, he would never let any of his friends see that, because he would know that they would call him out for it and give him shit for it, especially someone like Maya. So they just wouldn't know. Thus, they wouldn't be able to call him out on it or anything like that. And this whole idea of making an assumption based on things that are outside of what is clearly visible here, I think is useless. Just because you haven't seen it in the past on stream doesn't mean it's not something he's done before, or it is very possible this was the first time. That's also very true too. What are shock collars used for? Training. And what is he currently doing with Kaya, at least based on what I've heard him talk about? Training her, or at least expanding the training on place. So maybe he decided that this might be a good tool to use for the first time. That's also entirely possible. It's not some, like, far-fetched crazy conspiracies that only haters are drumming up and, falling in line with. It's a very plausible thing based on what is clearly visible in the clips. Anyway, just wanted to blabber about this a bit. I know I've been very out of touch with internet creator drama. I plan to keep it that way. But occasionally, can't help but poke around in a couple of the things going on out there, and yesterday was just a crazy one that I just needed to yap on a bit. That's really about it. Yeah. It's rare that I can't yap up a wacky intro, but learning about this menace has left me stunned. I just saw this video from EWU Body Cams about this guy that would hide cameras in, like, every bathroom on the planet, it seems like. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got hidden cameras in my own porcelain throne territory there. like he's infiltrated my domain and is filming me.
I'm calling because we just received an anonymous tip that someone has a camera in our employee bathroom and is uploading videos online.
You still haven't raised my charges. What's our charges? You're not supposed to be judgmental to anybody's crimes, by the way.
What the hell is even that? You're not supposed to be judgmental of crimes? I don't remember hearing that in the Miranda rights. I can't even really imagine that. Like, you show up to a murder scene, you catch the suspect, and you just happen to say, like, hey, buddy, look, I don't mean to be judgmental here, but you strike me as a bit of a jerk for this, you know, taking a lot of human lives here. I know, sue me, I don't mean to judge. I feel like as far as judgment goes, crimes are a pretty solid one for people to form an opinion on, rightfully so. If you are found guilty of secretly recording thousands of people using the restroom, you're a fucking freak and people will judge you as such.
On July 19th, 2022, the police in Ann Arbor, Michigan responded to the Briarwood shopping mall after receiving this unusual call about video footage from a store bathroom being uploaded online. Horrifically, the resulting investigation into a tech-savvy peeping Tom would spread throughout the city of Ann Arbor. The final number of cameras and victims is enough to make your skin crawl.
It's not exaggerating either. It actually did, by the end of this investigation, have my fucking jaw on the floor with how many cameras and how many videos and how all over the place it was. There wasn't a bathroom in Michigan that was spared his peeping. Like, this guy is like the supervillain of shitters. There was nowhere safe, no porcelain throne left unsullied by his eyes. His near omniscient eyes. He dedicated his whole life, put his soul into his craft of spying on every bathroom in Michigan. He was literally like the architect from The Matrix.
This morning it was my boss who took the phone call. I don't know what time it was this morning from a restricted number. He was like, it's a restricted website, you're not going to find it, but I just wanted to let you know.
The responding officer headed to the bathroom to take a look for herself. Notably, the bathroom was usually reserved for employees.
Like sideways, yeah, on that shelf. But, I mean, I don't know how. I know they can be tiny.
Police would learn soon enough that the employees at Altered State were not the only ones to have their privacy violated. In an unanticipated shocker, the police would find over 200 hidden camera videos from no less than 7 different bathrooms throughout the city over the next month and a half.
So this was the first domino to fall here that led them down this crazy trail. They found so many cameras and videos from this guy. It was like actually hunting Riddler trophies in the Arkham series. It was crazy. He violated so many people's privacy, spied on so many people, and it turns out this is only the tip of the iceberg because he actually has a previous case very similar to this, and had in his possession 7,000 videos of unclothed or partially clothed individuals that he filmed without their consent. 7,000! That's more than, like, all of Markiplier's uploads since he started YouTube. That is an unbelievable amount. And that was in the course of 5 years from 2010 to 2015. We'll get to that here in a little bit, but this guy's entire life has been dedicated to violating people's privacy.
All were filmed without consent between January and July 2022. Horrifically, this included illegal images of children. The depravity didn't stop there. When searching the offender's laptop, the police found he had engaged with online adult websites, where images and personal information of unknowing victims were distributed. Police suspected the culprit intended to participate in such exchanges after they found additional images of the victims taken from social media downloaded to his laptop.
Just when you thought it couldn't get worse. So, it's pretty clear he was also sharing these with other fucking evil creeps out there, and was even distributing personal information of the people that he would identify through these hidden cameras. So, from the sound of things, he would broadcast this onto restricted websites, and additionally, he also had illegal images of children. This guy is legitimate evil.
Even though the anonymous caller believed the video he saw was a live stream, he could have been mistaken. The working theory was that the culprit could have put the camera up at the start of a shift and then taken it home to upload the footage.
So, back to what started this whole trail of breadcrumbs that they followed was an anonymous caller tipped them off that at this Altered State in this restroom, there was a live stream of people using that bathroom, of course being non-consensually filmed. And so officer went to the scene. They searched high and low for a camera, but they couldn't find it. But they did see that a lot had been like adjusted and moved around. So it's not that they completely disregarded this as just some kind of like phony baloney nonsense. It's one of those things where they started speculating, well, maybe it wasn't a live stream, maybe they had taken the camera home and uploaded the footage to those sites, and the caller was just mistaken thinking that it was live.
Something else the anonymous caller said prevented the current lack of evidence from stonewalling the investigation. The man fitting the caller's description was 36-year-old Eric Deshaun Morton. This was not his first run-in with police.
But everyone said he was going to the bathroom a lot last night, and they thought that he just was trying to not work.
It seemed likely that Eric was up to something far more nefarious than just slacking.
Yeah, jacking. This disgusting asshole has an entire history of doing shit like this. The anonymous caller was telling them about someone that could have been behind it, and the person they described fit this man's description. So they looked into him a bit. They were talking about how the previous night he was going to the bathroom a lot. I guess he drank way too much soda, so he just had the big-time pee-pee, a lot of urine in his bladder. But they speculated, like, this is probably when he was setting up the camera or tending to the camera.
Especially when the manager added that he made a habit of using the ladies' restroom rather than the men's room. When he was previously asked about this, Eric made the excuse that he used the ladies' room because it was stocked with gloves, which he said he liked to wear while he worked.
A bulletproof defense right there. It's watertight. Man rolled a 20 on the charisma check. That was impressive. So he had a habit of using the ladies' room, and his reason for it was, well, they have gloves there. I like gloves. Checkmate. Damn, his story checks out. This guy's good.
After learning that Eric's son was present, the officers decided to uncuff him. They escorted his son outside to play and brought out some snacks to keep the child occupied while the search progressed. A pen camera containing a micro SD card was connected via USB. When going through one of the bedrooms, they found a small black bag containing more hidden cameras, some of which were like the pen camera found in the living room. Computer forensics experts discovered his stash of more than 200 secretly recorded videos of people using the bathroom.
Unsurprisingly, the authorities didn't necessarily buy the excuse he used for the ladies' room being the really nice gloves that they have stocked in there, so they ended up getting a search warrant. They then arrived at his abode. He mentioned his son was there, so they brought his son outside to play while they searched the house. While searching, they found tons of hidden cameras. They even found a pin camera that was actively plugged into a computer. So you had all these like Mission Impossible doodads and gadgets, all of which used for surveillance, hidden surveillance. And they confiscated some packages and a lot of this for evidence. And then eventually the forensics experts found his stash, which was 200 videos of people using the bathroom. Which, maybe there's a perfectly valid explanation. Maybe he was just checking to make sure they weren't doing back-to-front wiping, because, that in and of itself is a sin. Maybe he was just looking out for people's well-being, ensuring proper wiping technique, Maybe there's a perfectly justifiable excuse that he was secretly recording all of these people. Authorities got an arrest warrant. They went to his other job at a hotel and arrested him there, which surprisingly was not his first run-in with the authorities. In fact, in 2015, he was arrested for very similar things. So for the bigger, brighter, better foldable photo studio. Let's see.
Hey, Kickstarter, we're back. Since 2011,
Oh no, man. Everything is so cooked! And it's not even Kickstarter. Well, they probably have it on Kickstarter as well. They're probably double fisting on the crowdfunding. 400k raised, by the way. Yeah. I mean, it's never been easier to scam. AI has made scams easy, instant. Yeah. Not surprised. This just reminded me, have you seen the most recent Kickstarter scam game? It's called Puff Pals Island Skies and raised $2.5 million. The guy behind it basically took the money and went into hiding. You're telling me something called Puff Pals Island Skies raised $2.5 million. Even without knowing it's a scam, I'd hear that and would never even consider putting money into it. Let's see, Puff Pals Island Skies, huh? Wow. This looks even worse than I could have imagined. $2.56 million here. A wholesome life simulator game where you can collect, farm, customize, and explore new lands with cute and fluffy Puff Pals. And pre-order the game. Let's see the pitch. Excellent aspect ratio here. What the fuck is this? Hello? Pardon? Okay, we'll just go full screen. This take place in heaven, or what's up? Grow and customize your very own farm. No AI voiceover here. This must have predated the wave. Very cool. Not my kind of game. So what happened? You said the creator went into hiding. So he took the money and ran? See the comments. 9,000 comments. Requesting refund, requesting refund, requesting refund, requesting refund. Hey, got some bad news for you. Doesn't work on Kickstarter. There's no obligation, and no one's coming to help you. Learn from the air umbrella. Most recent update is May 20th from Fluffnest. Let's take a peek. The development of Island Skies has been incredibly challenging, to say the least. For the past few years, we were under NDA with a third-party studio and couldn't discuss many of the things happening behind closed doors. However, now that other parties have made some of that information public, we can speak more openly about what's happened. After Kickstarter, Fluffnest entered into a milestone agreement with Roommate Studio to develop the features necessary to deliver early access based on the GDD we created for the campaign. Agreement was for $1.1 million over the course of 1 year. This will leave around $500,000 of wiggle room, approximately $1 million from Kickstarter. I don't give a fuck what happened. Problem with management, wasn't ready for early access or alpha. Alright, where things are now. As we approach finalizing the new agreement, it became clear Roommate's senior management does not have a clear understanding of the project's current state, how much work remains. Because of this, we can't trust that the issues we've already faced won't reoccur. We've informed Roommate we won't proceed unless their leadership presents a plan to directly address these issues and commits the necessary resources to Island Skies.
This Kickstarter might be the biggest scam ever, and their CEO is allegedly running from the law. See, a while back, this viral plushie company called Fluffnest announced that they were making a brand new life sim game called Puff Pals Island Skies, and they raised over $2.5 million out of their $75K goal, mostly by selling limited time plushies that you could only get through the Kickstarter. And Puff Pals looked pretty legit, with trailers showing a lot of the core features already working, so naturally the community trusted the team. But what they didn't know is that by the time the first alpha playtest came out, Fluffnest had already burned through all the Kickstarter money, with huge chunks of it reportedly going to plushie production instead of the actual game. And when their plushie business collapsed in early 2025, well, everything spiraled from there, with hundreds of orders going missing without refunds, the Puff Pals trademark expiring, and even the game's website ended up getting shut down. Now, the CEO, named David's been hit with over $2 million in lawsuits from his former employees, the banks, and even the outside studio that they secretly hired to make the game. But while he's been allegedly dodging service and refusing to show up to court, the backers are left getting ghosted on social media.
Very cool, David. Very interesting. So he tried to outsource the game to another studio to make it. That still didn't work. Man, I tell ya. If you can't trust Fluffnest, who can you trust? Selling plushies of your game before the game even releases is wacky. Well, this is the first time learning of this whole company and scam. But based on that short, it looks like the plushies existed first, and in order to drive interest and money to the Kickstarter campaign, they were offering the limited plushies. So it was for their already established plushie business, which ate shit earlier this year and shut down. Seemed like they were a legit business before it went tits up making this game. Maybe. Or maybe this was always the plan, David's nefarious scheme. What I just learned about here has to be one of the most insane, vile plans I've ever heard of, and it was actually attempted. Two men were training for what has to be one of the most unhinged ideas ever thought of. Like, the Lord, when he gave humans brains, didn't think they'd be capable of concocting something so fucking absurd. I'm actually struggling to find the words to even set the stage here for what I'm about to show you, so I'll just instead use a hand gesture. It's a big thumbs down moment. This shit is foul.
A federal grand jury indicted 2 North Texas men accused of plotting to invade a foreign island, kill the men, and take the women as sex slaves.
Prosecutors say one of the men enlisted in the Air Force to get military training he thought he needed. Fox 4's Blake Hansen.
I know that intro hits you like a fucking knuckle sandwich because it's so preposterous, but it's actually just the tip of the iceberg here. And they left out a very big key detail. According to the official press release, these 2 lunatics were also planning to take the children as sex slaves as well. So these 2 Jeffrey Epstein commandos here were planning to invade an island nation, murder all of the men, and take the women and children as their sex slaves. And one of them literally joined the Air Force in order to receive training to better help them carry out this plan. This shit sounds like something P. Diddy would have cooked up while playing with G.I. Joe action figures or something. Like, these guys were very serious about this. They were actually doing everything they could to carry out this island invasion and murder and kidnapping.
In our newsroom tonight with these stunning allegations, Blake.
Yes, Stephen Heather, federal prosecutors say the suspects didn't plan to go it alone. In fact, the feds say they plan to recruit people who are homeless in Washington, D.C. to serve on their, quote, expeditionary force and take over a small Haitian island. The grand jury indictment handed up today charges 21-year-old Gavin Weisenberg from Allen and 20-year-old Tanner Thomas from Argyle.
Now, there's no picture of Tanner that's available at the moment, but the mugshot there that exists of Gavin, he looks like a psychopath. That guy looks like he has a screw loose. It looks like he is like biologically evolved to be the quintessential caricature of a freak that has these like crazy, heinous ideas. And like I said, this is something they took so seriously that they were even planning out how to recruit homeless people to join their ranks to storm the beaches of the island that they were going to invade so they could start slaughtering the men there.
With conspiracy to murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country, as well as a charge of production of child pornography.
I told you, that intro was just a crumb. That doesn't even scratch the surface to the depths of depravity that these 2 men has sunk to. Like, these are evil, rotten to the core fucking monsters. So there is also a charge of child pornography production here, which I imagine none of you are surprised to hear, given that these 2 men planned on kidnapping the women and children as sex slaves for themselves.
Record Joe Weisenberg was booked into the Collin County Jail in July. We've not been able to find a mugshot for Thomas. Prosecutors say he was in the U.S. Air Force at the time. The place they are accused of plotting to invade is called Gonave Island. It is part of the Republic of Haiti. It's not small. In fact, that island has about 87,000 residents. Prosecutors say Weisenberg and Thomas planned to lead that expeditionary force by sailboats to the island, murder the men, take control of the island, and then turn the women into sex slaves.
If you did whippets every second of every day for the entirety of your life, I don't think you could kill enough of your brain cells to hatch a plan this unhinged. They planned to lead an expeditionary force via sailboat to this island composed of these 2, Gavin and Tanner, plus whatever homeless men they were able to rope into this scheme, and take on 87,000 people. These delusional piss stains thought they were built like Goku or something. That is crazy. Like, fucking Thanos would struggle to beat 87,000 people on his own. Like, it is so unbelievably outrageous that it's hard to even come to terms that this was something they were really trying to do. Like, I can't stress that enough, that this wasn't just some, like, crackpot crazy idea. They were taking steps to actually carry it out. Like, one of them joined the Air Force. And you know how they just mentioned that their plan was to go via sailboat? Well, get a load of this. They had planned all of that, too. They were legitimately dedicating their lives to this invasion.
According to prosecutors, the feds say the plan dates back to August of last year. They say Weisenberg enrolled in a Rockwall Fire Academy to learn command and control protocols, but flunked out in February. They say he then traveled to Thailand to learn how to sail, but didn't enroll in the school due to the cost.
Dipshit Gavin may have been unsuccessful in all of his endeavors, but he did try to learn things to contribute to the invasion effort that they were scheming. So he enrolled in a fire academy to try and learn command and control prompts. He flunked out. He then also was going to learn how to sail via courses in Thailand, but then didn't enroll because he couldn't afford to, I suppose, or was probably too busy spending his money on blow and chicken tendies. But he did, dedicate time to trying to learn these things for this invasion plan. His whole life was revolving around trying to be better equipped for this invasion effort that they were plotting.
The feds say Thomas, meanwhile, enlisted in the Air Force in January and in March changed his station assignment from Germany to Maryland to better coordinate the invasion and recruit the homeless population in D.C.
While Gavin was sucking the mean dick of failure, Tanner, on the other hand, was successful in enlisting in the Air Force and getting this military training to contribute to their efforts here. He changed his station so he could be better equipped to find homeless people to recruit for this too. Both of these men were legitimately dedicating their entire lives to this. This was something they were going to actually follow through on. Tanner moved to an area to better coordinate, plan, and recruit these homeless people for that plan. This is something they were going to do. Now, obviously, I'm sure you don't have to be a mathematician, you don't have to be, fucking Poindexter, a wizard with numbers, to know that if they did truly arrive at Gonav with the intent to murder all of the men there, they themselves would have been killed pretty quickly, I imagine, as they would anywhere in the world if they just come like Yosemite Sam firing from the hip, just killing a bunch of people. They themselves would have been killed very quickly. But the fact is, they would have taken innocent people with them. And that is completely unacceptable. So even though under no circumstances would this invasion have ever actually gone the way they planned, it would have no doubt led to the loss of life.
We reached out to attorneys listed for Weisenberg and did not hear back. We could not find attorneys listed for Thomas. Prosecutors say they face up to life in prison if convicted on the conspiracy to murder charge.
I have a hunch that Tanner probably represented himself. I have no evidence to back up that thought process there, but these two sound just so fucking off their gourd that I actually think Tanner probably is representing himself here in this case. But anyway, they are facing potentially life in prison. 100% they need life in prison. Plus they also have that separate production of child pornography charge. Lock them away forever. Absolutely. By stopping them here, they prevented a tragedy from happening. No doubt in my mind. When I heard this, when I watched this segment here, I was stunned. This has to be one of the craziest stories I've learned about in quite a while. So I just wanted to put this on your radar. That's really about it. So yeah. Good news, Tesla fans. Elon Musk has greased up his hog and he is serving it to you whether you like it or not. I hope you're ready to gobble it down. Elon Musk is saying that Tesla full self-driving will switch to a monthly subscription and remove the one-time purchase option. Another beautiful entry into the you will own nothing and be happy future that we find ourselves in. We're now entering a new, even stinkier era where you can't even pay for the full automobile anymore. You don't pay to own it. Now, in order to get one of the most crucial components, like selling points of a Tesla vehicle, you will have to fork over $99 per month as part of this subscription plan, suckling on this subscription-based titty for however long you want access to the full self-driving features, which was a huge reason a lot of people were buying these fucking things in the first place. Previously, there was an option to pay $8,000 and you get the whole kit and caboodle. You get the Tesla and you get the full self-driving features. But now Elon said, nope, I'm taking the toys back. We are going to wean you off of this. Now, you can't even own the entire motherfucker. Now you buy the vehicle and then have to subscribe separately for the full self-driving features. It's insanity. So you can't even pay to own your whole vehicle. Now you can pay to get most of the vehicle, then you will need to start subscribing for the rest. You don't even get full access. It is just another step in this awful fucking direction in this subscription-based economy where every single thing, every single aspect of your life is becoming subscription-based. We are entering the future where you don't actually own anything. What you own is the idea of things, like your video games. They're basically just renting it. You're getting a permission slip from the benevolent developers to grant you access to the game for however long. In Tesla's case, Elon Musk is drip feeding you features as long as you subscribe. But when you have a Tesla now, you only get half of it unless you are subscribing for the other half. And there's no option to just own the whole thing outright anymore. He has wiped that shit out. And I feel like every person on the planet should have an issue with this kind of model here from Tesla. But because it's Elon Musk and people can't help but swallow his meat, it's an addiction more severe than Fint, they are defending it. As if he's doing them a favor somehow. People are willingly bending over and applauding as these billionaires butt-fuck them to death. Like, as they get less and less ownership of things, they get happier and happier because the billionaires are telling them they should be. Unreal. Farting in your face and telling you that it smells like roses, and they're like, yes, it actually does. This is amazing. It's just infuriating. Because they worship this guy, they're willing to just roll over and just abandon what they pretend to believe in. It's craziness to me. Now, anyway, I don't want to harp on that too much, because instead, when I went to Elon Musk's Twitter account to see if he went any deeper on the Tesla subscription model now for full self-driving services, I saw this little annoying nugget here from the brain of a supposed free speech advocate. Teaching people to hate America fundamentally destroys patriotism and the desire to defend our country. Such teachings should be viewed as treason, and those who do it imprisoned. Wow. And he's referencing how high schoolers were polled, saying that many of them were taught that America was built on stolen land, and he is weighing in saying that that kind of teaching should be treasonous and the perpetrators thrown in jail. Very interesting take from the free speech guy who's probably fresh out of the K-hole. Elon, what the fuck, man? In what way does that even remotely fit into your narrative of being all for free speech no matter what? Let's just set everything else aside and we're just going to play ball here. Let's assume very bad teachers teaching mumbo jumbo. This is outrageous curriculum here. Well, then what has happened for 100 years now is that if it is not a good teacher, not educating students, and a bunch of gobbledygook that they're spitting out there that's not great, well, then the school usually fires them. But why does Elon Musk want to go a step further and make it a crime punishable by being thrown in the slammer? Why does he believe that teachers that are teaching students something that he doesn't like means that it's treasonous and should have them landed in the big house? That's a little fucking odd. That feels like it goes very much against the core principle of free speech, which is a right that Americans have. And his reasoning for this perspective is super laughable when you look at who he's best friends with, fucking exchanging saliva and group hugging in the shower with. He says that this kind of teaching destroys patriotism and the desire to defend our country. Huh. That's fascinating coming from you, Elon Musk. Do you remember only a handful of months ago, not even a year ago, he made a tweet accusing Donald Trump of being in the Epstein files, which, by the way, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. He deleted the tweet later, but he made a very public statement about Donald Trump being in the Epstein files, which is a hard insinuation of Donald Trump being a potential pedophile. And now he's buddy-buddy with him again, which I would argue is not the makings of a true red-blooded American patriot. And also, as for a desire to defend our country, Elon, Donald Trump is a draft dodger. Are we forgetting that? When the country called upon him to protect it, he wasn't enthusiastically going over to Nam. In fact, he cooked up 5 deferments as well as a bone spurs narrative in order to get out of service to protect this country. So as far as a desire to defend our country goes, you have made best friends with someone who has explicitly, provably avoided doing just that. This nation called upon patriots to defend it. America was calling out to Trump to defend her, and he said, ouch, my bone spur, and didn't do it. So I don't know what the fuck you're yapping about with the desire to defend our country when you are actually sucking the entire asshole of Trump, whom you have also accused of being in the Epstein files. Like, come on. This is absurd. And I could go on, but I also want to make a mention that I scrolled through Elon's Twitter a little bit because I was looking for something in particular. He's very selective with what he calls out as an attack on free speech because he's the free speech guy. But man, I tell you, sports fans, it's real weird how it seems to be crickets from Elon Musk anytime it's related to Israel talking about how they'd like to be able to work towards controlling the conversation. Good, he's giving it to my clerics and shit. That's crazy. And this one vampire. He's got him. Oh, wait, no, that was rude. Just threw him away like some dirty laundry. Man, the sound this one is making. I think we're gonna get into the territory where it starts fucking melting my GPU. It'll cost me $12,000 to get a new one with the new fucking Nvidia prices that are rumored to be coming out. God damn it! Stabilize! I think we got it. I think we got there. I wanted a burner phone, but I couldn't find an opportunity. I had to keep trying to heal. Christ, they were tough. We did it! Round 100 complete. Oh yeah. We did it, now we're just into the endless waves. We fucking did it, baby. Man, round 100 was no joke. That made me blow every resource I had. But we did it. Oh, and we're gonna finish with bees. No way I get out of this alive. Unless... Wow! We're actually gonna hang on! I thought for sure the bees would cook us. We went through 1,000 bees and 54 big bees. Pretty fucking good. Just keep dropping meteors. They're very tanky, so it's taking a while to kill, but we're gonna survive just fine. I'm excited to see what else they add to this game. Because this is still just a demo. I imagine they'll get up to things that aren't just animal related. How many dudes to kill Cthulhu? How many dudes to kill fucking Galactus? I'm very curious. Wow, we're gonna fucking survive this too. Really? Wait, we're doing so well. I'm telling you, man, vampires might have been the secret sauce. Paladins and vampires. We already knew cleric and medics were amazing, and Vikings always sounded good, but I had no idea vampires would perform this well. They're unkillable. Even when one does die, it revives itself, and since it has so much lifesteal and shit and overhealing, it probably just like gets itself all the way back to full without me even noticing. Very cool. That's some good shit. Oh my god. I didn't think we'd be able to buy here. What the fuck? This is so good. I don't even need to use any items here. The polar bears are weak. Polar bears are actually kind of shit. They're just very tanky. One thing I would like them to do in the full game is instead of everything just punching, I'd love if they had different animations. So like the ninja, they throw shuriken, samurai, like more sword-oriented type shit, paladin, maybe like a hammer. That'd be nice. And maybe they eventually will do that. There is one guy over here getting ganged up by every fucking alpha wolf, and he is still fine. And one guy here, too. They are all going to this guy and still can't do anything. It's like fucking Katamari over here. Who is that guy? Give him a medal. What a fucking animal. Face tanking the entire football team. Holy shit. What the fuck? One toddler. One random toddler? Interesting. This is gonna be tough. Yeah, they just killed the paladin right away. Run! No! They got us. 1,600 geese. Round 114, that's pretty fucking good. Woof! That was clean. I took a snooze, now it's time for dudes. I want to do a new run because this was just experimenting at the end of the last video. Got up to, what was it, round 114, but I think I can go all the way up to round 1014. I truly believe in myself. Now that I've become the master of men, I feel like I know what to look for, what kind of build I want. So, it's just a matter of optimizing and hopefully getting some good rolls. I wonder if I should get a medic dude, or continue to try new stuff, like with the warlock. I might try the warlock. Let's try the warlock. We haven't used them before. Let's see how this goes. Just out of curiosity. I feel like that's going to be really good. Both of these are good. Warlocks really were a terrible call. Like, actually really bad. That's okay, though. That's okay. Collecting data. That's all. A little bit of dude data. Warlocks were just a really bad choice. I think I'm just going to abandon Warlocks, unless they have a really good relic that I haven't seen yet. This is gonna need to be dude juice for sure. Lost too many clerics. Ooh, the bees. I'm not afraid of bees anymore. I've grown up. Yeah. I'm no longer traumatized by those dirty little bastards, those bitches. They don't scare me. That's perfect. They instantly killed 10 skeletons, so now we are so buffed. That was perfect. See, that's what I want every time. Just instant 10 skeledudes killed. Just fucking blasted, so that way all of us are tankier and we fight in their honor. Wow, our damage is incredible because of the skeleton dudes. Holy shit. Them dying just gives us so much. We get so much value out of it. You know, the Warlocks really weren't the worst call in the world. They just don't ever die, which is nice. Maybe I should have bought the Taunting Relic for them when I had the chance. And I think focusing on, like, mainly these 3 units has been crucial. Instead of spreading everything out. Oh my god, the amount of skeleton dudes we can have there if I can just find a taunt. I'm gonna grab this in the hopes that I get a taunt, because this just seems so good. This is great, but I'm trying to invest for, like, going into 150. Oh, I just need to find a taunt. A skeleton taunt, specifically, because then all my skeletons taunt for 4 seconds. Holy shit. Imagine the amount of skeleton dudes we can summon with that. I've gotta gamble for it. I've gotta. Oh, I need the taunt! But at least I get this back. Should I re-roll for it? I can do it a couple times to really try and fish. But I mean, this is guaranteed right here. I'm gonna have a huge investment come through anyway. I'll wait for the investment, then I'll just do a ton of re-rolling. Let's get the guaranteed here, though. And I'm gonna save. Re-roll, maybe. There it is! It's Bony Backhand! That's the one I'm looking for! Holy shit! Skele dudes, 20% toughness, and taunt 4 nearby enemies to attack them for 4 seconds when they're summoned. I should be spawning a billion Skele dudes if this procs at all for me. I summoned 1. But at least they're taunting. The taunt is still incredible. There's my huge investment. God, the taunting is so good. Oh my god, the taunting is good. Fuck, what a crazy run. Damn, they can't even kill the Skele dudes that are coming in. Yeah, we've got 41 active right now. Wow! Wow! That's a lot of dudes coming in, brother. We got dudes coming out of the woodwork. We got dudes coming from the shadows. Dudes coming out of nowhere. Somehow they are laser focusing on our clerics. What the fuck? I've summoned over 200 Skele dudes. Okay, next one I'm gonna have to pop my phones and get the clerics out. Ah, Jesus. Alright, now they're dying, we're fine. Oh, we might make it to 120! I'm putting the cart before the horse a little bit here, but this is looking good. GG. Damn it! The polar bears didn't really fucking do anything. It was all entirely the gorillas. Fuck, man, the gorillas were strong. Well, we got to 119 at least. If I hit a store, we're good, but I don't hit a store here. It's next round I hit a store. GG! 119. Fuck! Another really good run, though. If I didn't take Warlocks, if I took something else there, probably Medical Dudes. If I took the Medic Dude, that could have kept going. Like, these weren't terrible, because they never died. But if I took the Medic Dude there, oh man. That was a throw here. I just wanted to get experimental. Taking that was a throw, but still cool to see. Oh, this was a really great game. Pixels were beautiful. Oh, it was, man. Neon Inferno was a banger. Man, back-to-back bangers. Brutal John was great. Neon Inferno was great. Now we're going to go into How Many Dudes, which is great. You love to see that. 2026, I got a little resolution. I want to statistically have been the guy that played the most games on stream. Like, variety of games. My last dude run went up to 119. I know if I had just not thrown by grabbing Warlocks, I would have been in the 120s. Easily. I've got a good handle on the fundamentals. A Bard would be great, too. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Necro Dude, Franken Dude, because I think that's the strongest combination in the game. Cleric for sure. And then maybe Bard Spartan for blocking. Because the big problem at the end of the game is like the fucking 2,000 gorillas and shit. There's the Cleric! Oh my god, we're getting everything we need right away! Painless! Now the last thing I want is Spartans, and I think we're kinda set. Oh, I didn't get Spartans. Damn, that's really unlucky. It's gonna have to be Paladins then. Damn. Really wanted Spartans. I don't think Paladins are going to be able to tank enough for us in the 120s. No choice, though. I didn't get any dice, so I can't reroll. Tough. Alright, Paladins. No, I guess... No, it has to be Paladins. I can't risk anything else. That's just super not helpful. My Franken dudes are just getting fucking blasted. This is so useless for me. But we're gonna grab it. Again, we're gonna try and prep for a 120 run. It's looking unlikely, but oh my god. Man. Picking up that Cleric relic there immediately just paid off big time. That by itself just saved us. Alright, alright. Alright, that's looking good now. That's looking really good now. Alright. Are we back? Are we fucking back? Okay, it's looking good again. Alright, we're entering the late game now. Well, not really. We still have another 50 waves before late game, but we're starting to turn it around. That's what we needed right there. That's what we fucking needed. You can never count the dude out. A dude is at his strongest with his pants down, fucking ass up. And look at us now. Yikes. Okay, I have to pop that potion. That was looking a little threatening. None of my Skella dudes died, so we didn't get any of the toughness or the other buffs or anything. That's okay. I don't know if we can kill the unicorn without taking a lot of casualties. I need to show faith in the dudes, though. I need to. If I don't believe in them, who will? Yep, they instantly killed one of my clerics, but luckily he procced. Okay, we only lost 3. Technically 4. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Could have been a lot worse. Yeah, I wish I didn't grab these 4 paladins. Like, I had to choose paladins because there was no other option, but I wish I didn't grab 4 more of them. That would have been really nice if I spent it on bards or franken dudes. I fucked up. Oh god, 3 unicorns. Instantly just killed 2 of my necro dudes. Instantly. Damn unicorns, fucking bastards, I tell you what. Man, these bad boys are standing strong. Holy. Having a hard time chopping them up. Almost there. They did not go quietly. Instantly dropped those 1,000 bees. That's probably the fastest I've ever killed the 1,000 bees. Hang in there, you fucking bastards! Please stop dying. My bards are getting clapped. Alright, we're fine. He gets around 200. I don't think anyone's got past round 123 from what I've seen. 123 is the filter. Because 123 is 1660 polar bears. And I think the only way you can get past that is with Spartans. Why I was trying to build Spartans, because I think they're like really the only way. Man, they're tapping my bards hard. Why? Leave them alone. The only units I fucking lost were bards. Oh, yeah. Man, they fucking blasted some bards. Damn, they're still blasting some bards. Oh fuck, they're really... Oh man, they're really getting after the bards. Hopefully they'll start dying soon, because, holy shit. Jiminy Christmas. About fucking time. My god. So many bard corpses littering the battlefield. The amount of restraint I've shown over the last week resisting the near insatiable appetite to insult Nvidia for DLSS 5 has been nothing shy of, like, saint-worthy, I would argue. Like, I have been the Zen master when it comes to this topic because I wanted to wait until the dust fully settled because I just knew, I smelt that stink in the air and I knew Krampus was right around the corner delivering some misery. I had a feeling it was only going to continue to snowball into this avalanche of embarrassment for NVIDIA, specifically their CEO, Jensen. I knew that he would continue to make a fool of himself, and boy howdy, has he ever. So I'm going to show you some clips that I've recorded throughout the week on it, so you can watch it all unfold here in real time. But to give you where we're at right now, after the initial backlash, Jensen went out there and said, everyone's wrong, you guys just don't see the vision. It's not just a slop filter. It's called neural rendering, you swine. It's the most sophisticated form of art this planet is capable of producing, the apotheosis of video games, where we have AI come in and guess on what it should look like. Yeehaw. Basically, his whole response was, you guys just don't get it. He came in with the Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually, and then everyone collectively rolled their eyes. This is the same song and dance we're seeing from every industry ever as they scramble to find usage for AI that they've dumped endless billions into, and no one really wants it, except for like a pocket on Twitter that anytime AI gets mentioned, they open their mouth to just suck as much cock that they can from anything AI adjacent. But most people are like, okay, this is a feature I'll never turn on. And this was a pretty dog shit response from the CEO on why it's even here in the first place. And then today, it was revealed, thanks to a YouTuber having further correspondence with NVIDIA, that Jensen might have told a big old fib. Jensen might be a liar plants for hire when it comes to the topic of DLSS 5. And based on his further insight here, it's looking like everyone else was right with their theories on what DLSS 5 is doing, which is basically boiling it down to being a fucking Snapchat filter you can slap onto your games, where AI guesses and it just makes like a little fucking filter for everything. I highly recommend you watch Daniel Owen's full coverage of this. It is very fascinating because it basically just wipes its whole ass with everything Jensen was saying about it. So it feels like that was a desperate lie on his end based on new information here. And it really does seem like it's just a fucking Instagram filter that they slap on your games to look like fucking YouTube AI generated shorts. Cool. Very awesome. Alright, now anyway, let me show you some of the older clips that I was recording throughout the week. That's kind of like the current timeline, that's where we're at. Now let me show you like the lore and how we got here. Zoinks, NVIDIA just made a new announcement here for an upcoming feature, and I really don't think that it's gone over as well as they had hoped it would. It has been a unifying moment, really, that brought everyone together under the same banner of disgust. Pretty much everyone's giving this big thumbs down, boos. It was this showcase right here, announcing NVIDIA DLSS 5, an AI-powered breakthrough in visual fidelity for games, coming this fall. DLSS 5 infuses pixels with photorealistic lighting and materials, bridging the gap between rendering and reality. Oh yeah, it's hitting all those glorious buzzwords you love to see. It's not just rendering, it's considering all the endless possibilities M-dash gawk gawk on cock cock. Like, it's just, even the announcement feels like it was AI powered. The whole thing is just really uninteresting to the vast majority of people, and the showcase for the power of the tech is laughable. Actually laughable. NVIDIA, more like Activia, the way they just took a shit here with this announcement. Gee willikers. Thanks to Betsy. My eyes have been blessed. After seeing the glory of DLSS 5 in action, I can't even stomach the idea of looking at Resident Evil Requiem with its old graphics out of the box. Ugh. At long last, Resident Evil has been saved thanks to the power of NVIDIA's DLSS 5 slapping a Snapchat filter on the game. I don't think it enhances the visuals at all. This isn't an improvement. It just makes it look like less of a game and more of a YouTube AI short. That's it. It just has that same glossy, soulless, wacky fucking feel to it. So now it doesn't even really look like a game anymore. It just looks off. This is the same DNA of those goobers that always go online saying like, don't worry, I fixed Breaking Bad. I ran it through Gen AI to improve its visuals, and it like handsome squidrifies everything. Like in their first example here, Grace actually looks like a different character with DLSS 5 on. It looks like it really messes with the model's face here, even though I'm pretty sure it's just an AI filter. It takes some liberties there, and it's not just Grace, but I think that one's a pretty clear example. It looks like a different character from the screenshots we see of it there. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's that same, like, I hate this mentality of, like, alright, here's what the artists made, here's what they developed, but we know better at NVIDIA. Let me show you what AI thinks this should look like. The real vision. This is probably what they intended, which does nothing for me. It doesn't enhance the visuals, at least to my taste, so it's definitely something that I'm going to keep off. Now, of course, this is a feature that you can toggle on or off at your heart's content, so you're not forced to have DLSS 5 on, but I imagine a lot of people will elect to because there's plenty of people out there that just like to have their eyes glaze over and just clap at photorealism AI. We're finally at that point where I am too old to understand certain trends, and the cracks started to show a few years back with the E meme. Took me a long time to really grasp the concept of E, and now it's morphed into 6-7. That's the new big one. So I brushed up on my studies to learn the etymology of 6-7 and understand it. I had heard about it, some whispers of it during streams where people would make a reference to it and giggle to themselves, and I asked what it was. People would explain it as like derivative of that SpongeBob episode with SpongeBob and Patrick in class and they're laughing about 25, that kind of thing. But as it got bigger and bigger, I started to learn through context clues that wasn't exactly it. So I looked it up, and it's apparently a kid at like a sporting game just said like 6-7 and then did this, and it caught fire recently. Anyway, they say the greatest fear is fear of the unknown, and now that I know 6-7, I don't have to be afraid any longer. Instead, now I can just properly cringe at it. I saw a pretty interesting clip today featuring beloved 6-7 references, and I wanted to share it with all of you because holy fuck, it is a painful watch. Fair warning, it's only coming through on the right channel of the audio.
Football is, you can definitely tell there is a new play caller in town. The offense is looking, the offense is looking a lot more versatile. They're getting their tight end in there with more reps. Still seem really characteristic with the running game, but definitely seeing a lot more passes from Malik Murphy to Trent Walker. And I think even though the game is tied, the offense has looked entirely different, and we'll see how it goes.
Oh. Yikes. Yucky. Yeah, I couldn't do anything to mix the audio together so you could hear it in both channels. I believe that this was just such a miserable thing that videos weren't even meant to capture, that it actually fucking cringed the technology itself and did everything it could in like a self-defense mechanism to try and like spare at least one eardrum here from having to hear this maniac screaming 6-7 at the top of his lungs. So it's pretty clear the group is inebriated. And there's definitely worse, more destructive, more annoying things that drunk people have done on camera. So on the totem pole of degeneracy, this is kinda low. But I gotta tell you, sports fans, there is something particularly embarrassing, something special about the Goob Squad rolling up here with Even Stevens shouting 6-7 at the top of his lungs like it's his war cry, like the last thing he's going to be able to get out on the battlefield. It's just so embarrassing. It is so ass that it's able to elicit an actual fight or flight response just watching this video. Like, again, I only just recently learned the origins of this in the first place, and now seeing it in the state it is here, with adults spamming it like Fortnite emotes in the background of a camera, it just really makes you think. You had the guy looking right down the pipe, straight down the barrel of the camera there, all of his friends getting in on the action, doing this kind of thing. It is an actual symphony of agony. Like, everything that could be awful about a clip is awful here. A reporter just trying to do her job, getting yelled at like 2 feet behind her. ear-piercing screeches from this guy whose voice keeps cracking under the desperate weight of his need to be the center of attention by saying popular emote, popular meme. It's all a masterpiece of disaster.
Through the second half of this game.
Stop! 22 years old, by the way. Look at them.
I bet you thought the clip was done, huh? I pulled the wool over your eyes. No, it actually went on for far longer, unfortunately. I don't know what the broadcast was. I don't know why it sits on this shot for so long, like why she is forced to stand there in the middle of this miasma of cringe. But my god, my heart breaks for her, because holy shit, every facet of this is awful. From the clear protagonist 6'7" guy who is so pleased with his joke he even starts recording it himself from his own POV, to his sidekick, his lackey friend who comes in to try and do his own thing with another meme screaming help and then doing this. No one seems to care about that, not even their friends are laughing at that one, so that's a fucking dud. That falls flat, then he gets full of shame, turns around and leaves, and then somehow one of their other friends is on the floor laughing, tickling his belly like he's going Gear 5 Luffy here. He's just over there laughing so hard, tickling himself because this is so hilarious. And then the one guy who stuck his face in the camera is starting to have a come-to-Jesus moment where he's like, okay, stop. This guy's 22 years old, by the way. Like, everything here is just perfect from the perspective of agony, like misery on camera. It reminds me of that fucker right in the pussy thing from many moons ago, but at least that had the wherewithal to be short and not like drone on endlessly for so long, and it was self-contained. You didn't need like tidbits of lore from outside of it. Like, you didn't, it's not like a Marvel movie where you have to watch like 20 movies or 20 shows to know what's going on in the movie. 6'7", you hear that and you have no idea what it is until you look it up and like connect the dots, follow the breadcrumbs. At least fucker right in the pussy, you knew exactly what that was saying, what that was about, and it was like a flash of lightning, just super quick. One sentence, and then everyone parts ways. They give the mic back, at least in all the ones I saw, and that was that. This, on the other hand, goes on for over a minute. It is a slobber knocker. It overstays its welcome immediately and then stays planted there for another minute longer of just constant 6'7". It is brutal. Anyway, just wanted to share that. That's really about it. See ya. So, this is going to be right in line with something I'm sure they're very happy about. Even though I also don't think this actually looks photorealistic in a game. It looks like when you ask Grok, hey, make this image ultra realistic, and it just makes that shit look. Example of how trivial the improvements are with DLS 5. All it did was bump up the saturation on this character's clothing and face, where their face almost looks blown out, like cel-shaded even, almost like a Borderlands character, and then added a few additional wrinkles. Cool, I guess. What an amazing feature. I just think it's so obviously off, too. Like, even if you never told me that this was some kind of, like, AI feature or something, or filter, whatever, and you put this Hogwarts image of that character side by side with the DLSS 5 enhanced turbo version of it, I would still gravitate towards the actual video game graphics looking one as opposed to the one that looks like a goddamn Thomas Kincaid painting where it's all like glossy and off. Like, it doesn't even really look like gaming graphics in the first place. It does just look like standard AI slop short. Ugh, this section was a double whammy of sin. Not only does the AI filter here look like shit, but it also had to remind me of Starfield's existence. Ugh! And somehow it does the unthinkable and makes Starfield look worse, like the characters in Starfield look worse. Now they just look plastic, as opposed to like lifeless husks in the actual Starfield game. with DLSS 5 engaged, it looks like little plastic, almost like porcelain creatures. And especially like that one where they're carrying the boxes, that looks like you're watching Spy Kids 3D without your 3D glasses on. It's just so weird looking. Like, I don't think it's an improvement visually. But all that being said, make sure all of you at home activate DLSS 5 on this video so you can watch me polymorph into Keanu Reeves thanks to the power of AI. Now, Digital Foundry also just posted a video doing a deeper dive here into DLSS 5.
And yet we're still seeing transformative changes here, particularly in terms of character rendering, which is an area where Starfield received quite a lot of criticism.
And surely this would help with that. Look at how much better that looks.
Yeah, and
oh my
I
God,
found this very interesting. So we saw it spilling out over the scene in a much more realistic manner, where you're getting those contact shadows.
It's horrifying. Oh, thank God.
Even they
Thank you for
pointed out,
applying
like,
the slop
some of the,
filter. Now I can enjoy
are
this.
A little bit on the side, but they still look
like garlic to a vampire. Keep DLS 5 on.
We put DLSS 5.
Ah, thank heavens.
I mean, they look a little
much
bit
better.
uncanny, I would say, but definitely the overall portrayal of those characters is much more sophisticated.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess to some people out there that are addicted to AI slop, this would be great. But I mean, if you fall into that camp, I think you should just go voluntarily institutionalize yourself somewhere, get some professional help, because I think that's fucking terrible. There's a couple things they show in the Digital Foundry video where like I can almost see someone being like, oh, that's super cool when it comes to like environmental lighting in some of the games they showed, because there are times where they use the DLSS 5 showing like some environments where it like cleans up some of the lighting, but also in doing so, it gets rid of certain things like shadows. It doesn't really like a lot of shadows in some of these places. So then it just feels very sterile. And then it also then stops looking like a game and once again falls into looking just AI generated. So I don't like that either, but I have seen a lot of people really excited about it, which, I mean, I'm not your fucking dad. If you want to activate DLSS 5, by all means, all power to you. I just think it looks not great. It seems like a useless feature. It feels like a useless use of resources. Alright, big news today. There's quite a few reports of game companies out there that also aren't excited about DLSS 5, such as Capcom here, that was reportedly in the dark about it, and based on reports, pretty anti-AI when it comes to practices like this. A lot of companies have actually come forward based on information out there now, saying that this isn't something they signed off on and isn't something that they like, which is unfortunately a big blow to everyone that was coping and doing their best to defend DLSS 5 by saying, look, some of these developers are really excited about it. And then they mention Ubisoft, because Ubisoft seems to be like the only place that is really celebrating this, because now they get to be even fucking lazier, I guess. If you have Ubisoft singing the praises of something, the good rule of thumb is it must be bad. I can't believe we've reached the point where now people are like using Ubisoft as like a look, no, this is a good thing because Ubisoft says so. You are really scraping the bottom of the barrel if you're saying that Ubisoft pumping their fists means we all should be happy about it. There is no corporation more delusional in this universe than Ubisoft. Everything they touch turns to shit. It's the opposite of the Midas touch. It's just the mid-ass touch that they have. They literally can't do anything right. So I really don't think this is a strong champion here for why DLSS 5 is amazing and this breakthrough innovation that's going to usher gaming into the next golden age or anything. You have to remember, when Ubisoft smiles, the rest of the world frowns. It's just always bad news when it comes to Ubisoft. Anything they like is something that is probably shitty. So I don't think that they're necessarily a good gauge for how excited the rest of the industry is and we've just got to get with the times or anything. It is a feature that just doesn't seem very good. It's something people aren't really asking for. Gen AI to overwrite some of the look of the game. An AI filter for their game so they can see it through the lens of what AI thinks it should look like. That's not appealing to me, and it's clearly not appealing to a lot of people out there. I don't think it makes the games look better. It just makes them look like just generic AI slop. And now, based on all this information we have out there, it seems like the CEO of NVIDIA has lied about what it actually is when he was saying everyone was wrong. Thanks to Daniel Owens doing a lot of like digging on this and pressing them with actual legitimate insightful questions, it really feels like it genuinely is just a Gen AI filter that you could slap on your games that I think make them look much less like games and much more like fucking mobile ads promoting like an AI girlfriend. It's, I think, terrible. So it will be perma off in all of my games. But I've got to be honest with you, I'm really excited to see what Jensen has cooked up next. I'm really excited for his next round of PR disasters here where he tries to once again defend it and mislead people on what it is or what it's doing. But anyway, that's the scoop on DLSS 5 for now. That's really about it. So yeah. Regular dude just woke up. He just came back from the hospital and immediately died again. And I lost a vampire. Okay, I actually lost quite a bit there, to be honest. Man, the kids don't have a chance against this squad. Holy fuck, they roll out and just annihilate them. Alright. I'm liking our build right now. I'm really liking our build right now. I also have a nice 4 meteors here, which I might actually rip. Maybe not, maybe not. Didn't need to. Gotta have faith in the boys, man. If you don't believe in the boys, who will? I think I will just blow him away so I can save that Viking dude. No, don't do it, Viking dude! I did that to save you! Ended up working out just fine. Nope, he still died. All you had to do was not go over there and try and solo him. The vampire thing just procced, I saw it happen, that was cool. When vampire dude takes damage while below 50, steals 20% health from random dude if that dude has more health than him. That sucks for me. When cleric dude takes fatal damage, he will recover with full health and send out divine pulse with 300% increased range and 1000% increased power. Each cleric dude can do this once per round. Sure. Can't reroll anyway. Oh, my medic's up. Just play it safe. I'm about to have 5 medics come in, so let's do this. Very clean! Didn't lose anybody. Oh my god, we are fucking sailing so smooth. Oh yeah. Wow. That was no problem at all. Yeah, we fucking ganged up on him like we were trying to recover a fumble in football there. This is pretty clean! This is even cleaner than my first run. I'm liking the position we're in here. Alright, I'm back. My fucking dudes are getting a little rambunctious here, a little out of control, antsy. Ram Ranch is popping off right now. Oh, reduce enemy damage by 1% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 10 times? That sounds very strong. 3 alpha wolves. Fuck it. I forgot these were the Alpha Wolves. These guys don't do shit to us. They're small fry. I could give everyone 5% crit chance, like that's probably worth spread across this many dudes. Or I can give my vampire dudes an additional 30% HP. Don't know if I care about that much, let's just do this. This is guaranteed benefits. I don't remember seeing these pigs. Did I avoid pigs in my round 80 run? The feral hogs. Hog Rider. This vampire and this pig were having quite the slugfest there. God, our health just doesn't move. We have so many ways of healing. I love the sound that they make, too. It sounds like the Mario Party minigame when you make that song and they just go... Or like Banjo-Kazooie characters. Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna keep load... Oh, that's a lot. 3... That might be a little much. That might be a little too much. If I was a bitch, run it. Okay, we're handling it pretty well so far. There we go, we got our first kill. Our second kill. Everyone's still at full health? Wow. Wow. We are looking strong. They didn't kill anybody. I thought for sure we were gonna lose someone there. Even the regular dudes are alive and at full health. Even the regular dudes. Holy shit. The God Run. Wow. 29k damage dealt by the Vikings. Yep. Oh, man. The dude crews. Very smooth. You do love to see it. Just more Viking dudes. Might as well. Yeah, we're fucking flipping them like burgers on the grill right now. We're extremely tanky and our damage is very good. Our damage was a problem early on, but late game we scaled so well with all these Vikings. This one's the toughest one so far, but it looks like our vampires stacked the damage reduction on them because they're not hitting as hard anymore. So good, man. So good. Woo! Yep. We got all of the shit stacked, so now they can't kill us. They're powerless. Once the most fearsome predators in the animal kingdom, they can do nothing against the dudes. I thought for a second this might have been a tough wave. It was not. Oh, we're so strong! I think I do want some more vampires, though. We have a perfectly even spread, really. I think some more vampires would do us well. Hang in there. Ugh. Alright, we're good. I don't need to pop anymore. I might have played that too safe, to be honest. I think I might have used too much shit, but whatever. Damn, they are hitting hard now, though. Okay, so now we're getting into the, like, actual end game. Nice. I'm just gonna keep loading up on Vikings. Oh, no, not the big bees. Not the big bees. That I'm just not risking. That's a run ender right there. It's not worth it. I'll fight the fucking polar bear. I'll take a little bit of money lost there to not have to deal with the bees. Also, this Berserk chain is looking really... Hold your horses. No, this video is not about One Punch Man Season 3. If anyone out there has eyeballs and you've unfortunately subjected them to the torture of One Punch Man Season 3, you probably know that not much has changed since the last video I made on it in terms of how disastrous this season has been. But I want to give credit where credit is due. The most recent episode, episode 8, is the first time this season I felt like I was actually watching an animated series. We had a fight sequence with characters that actually moved in this episode. Whoopee! Yeah, we fucking got there, baby. Anything is possible. This is the first episode where the fight scenes actually have motion. There are moments in the flashy flash fight that I think are really good. Is it perfect? No. But compared to the rest of the dog shit we've been fed, this was a gourmet meal of an episode. And I think what this shows, at least to me personally, is that JC Staff can deliver quality at least to the same level they did in Season 2 of One Punch Man, which in hindsight, pretty solid, but Bandai is the reason why Season 3 is so shitty, because of lack of budget they were willing to allocate to the season, lack of time they gave JC Staff to work on it. Somehow they still had it be just like rushed out and farted whatever they could get on the table. Even though it's been 6 years since Season 2, I think Bandai is the main villain here that has caused Season 3 to be so awful, so rough. And Episode 8, I think, is irrefutable evidence that JC Staff can deliver good quality animation if they have resources and time to do so, which Bandai deprived them of, just left them fucking emaciated, malnourished, with no money and no time to work on it. But I was pleasantly surprised at the quality of Episode 8. The flashy flash fight, I thought, was really solid overall. It doesn't salvage Season 3, like it doesn't redeem it, but it is a nice treat. There's only a handful of episodes left in Season 3, so this is very tardy to the party here. This would be like me finally hitting a growth spurt and reaching 6 feet tall by the time I'm 85 years old. You know, at the ripe age of 85, I'm finally living my dream of being 6 feet tall. But you know, it's a little late. Kind of cool anyway, I guess, though. Point is, I'm glad Episode 8 was good. It's finally a step in the right direction, and maybe I'm just suckling on the supple bosom of hopium. Maybe I'm just latched onto the titty here. But maybe this is a sneak peek at things to come, that the next handful of episodes, it's going to finish on a high note instead of this sad whimper that the rest of the season has been. Probably unlikely, but who knows. What I do know is that we here at Cheeky decided to extend the Black Friday sales offer to today. So today will be the final day for the 20% off of all of our soaps using any creator codes. So go to usecheeky.com right now to get the best soap in the universe at an incredible deal. Anyway, like I said, this video is not even about One Punch Man, but I wanted to mention that really quick. This video is actually about a different anime, one that a while ago I said I didn't like. And I dropped it after like 5 or so episodes. It just wasn't hitting for me. But recently I wanted to give it another shake, another spin, because I've seen perpetual glaze for it, and I thought, let's just really commit to it and let's watch the series. And I really, really like it. Frieren. Frieren is a show that I'm sure you've probably heard of in some capacity because people love this show. And when I initially watched it when it first came out, I just had a hard time getting into it. Like, it was a very nice looking show and it was very comfy and cozy, but I just wasn't getting invested into the world or the characters. But I just keep seeing and have always seen so much praise for it that I just thought, you know what, let's just watch the whole thing, and if it's really not for me, it's not for me, but at least I, consumed the entire thing to know for sure. Which is typically not a philosophy I subscribe to. I think, like One Piece, for example. I, out of spite, committed to watching the entire One Piece series, but it took me like fucking 400 episodes to fall in love with it. I don't think it's reasonable or rational to expect everyone else to go through with that level of headstrong commitment for something that you weren't, immediately loving. I think it's totally okay to drop something after a few episodes if it's just not feeling like it vibes with you. But for Frieren, I just continue to see amazing things. So I said, let's do it. I want to give it another shot. And I'm really happy I did. Because this time around, I genuinely thought it was like a masterpiece. I think Frieren is incredible. And now I'm super pumped for season 2. I think it was such an amazing experience. I don't know what demon crawled up my ass the first time I watched this. But it must have been clouding my vision with sin and folly. Because I was a big dummy back then, I suppose. And looking back on it, it's weird because I've never had an issue with slow burn in media, whether it's games, movies, shows. In fact, some of my favorite are more of a slow burn experience, which Frieren definitely is. But I don't know, I guess just initially conversation around certain topics, like recently with Netanyahu openly stating that he believes the most important thing would be controlling some of the platforms, or even more recently, only a couple weeks ago, an Israeli cybersecurity billionaire, Shlomo Kramer, went on television and point-blank stated to the hosts and all the Americans watching the program that he believes the First Amendment needs to be limited so that free speech can be protected. He believes that the government needs to control the platforms and that free speech needs to be more limited. I feel like that'd be something very eye-opening to anyone that gives a fuck about free speech, and Elon Musk being the free speech guy, I thought for sure he'd make a peep about it, but nothing. Weird.
So AI is going to revolutionize cyber warfare, is revolutionize cyber warfare from critical infrastructure to the fabric of society and politics and undermining it, giving unfair advantage to authoritarian governments against democratic countries, First Amendment type of...
That's already happening?
That's already happening. You're seeing the polarization in countries that allow for the First Amendment and protect it, which is great. And I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard, but thank you for sharing. It is refreshing to hear the perspective of a foreign billionaire saying how the First Amendment should be limited.
And quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online.
Oh, now that's a really interesting play there. Yeah, that's like a fucking high-level football maneuver right there. John Madden level play. In order to protect free speech, we have to obliterate it, fundamentally. What he is saying is give control of the platforms to the government. And also, I'm not interpreting this. This is literally what he is saying out loud with his whole chest. The platforms need to be controlled by the government, and everyone needs to be unmasked before expressing themselves online. So anonymity gone, privacy gone, and free speech completely limited is the word he's using, but that nomenclature is not accurate. It would basically be fucking crumbled, and he is presenting this as though it is something that we need to be doing right now. I feel like this is a pretty big statement here that is very clearly against free speech, and Elon Musk, he will reply to like 50 follower accounts that just have some like dog shit that they drivel out, and he'll reply to them about free speech. Yet, this was a very big segment on CNBC, an actual televised program, and Elon Musk has nothing to say about it. Now, of course, Shlomo Kramer has no power to actually do anything with this plan that he's cooked up here, this idea that free speech needs to be limited, the First Amendment needs to be, gutted. But it's worth mentioning that Trump is basically Netanyahu's personal fleshlight, so I don't know how much power Shlomo Kramer holds in Israel or anything, so maybe he is able to lobby, for these First Amendment protocol limitations that maybe Netanyahu could whisper into Trump's ear. I have no fucking idea. What I do know is that he is saying this out loud in front of everybody, and yet the free speech guy Elon Musk has nothing he wants to say about that. I don't know. Feels a little weird.
And take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control the social media.
Yeah, should do that. And we need to educate people against lies, and government need to develop cyber defense programs that are as sophisticated as the cyber attack. Today it's a 1 to 100 ratio.
I figured I'd let him finish his stance here on limiting the First Amendment, about how everything needs to be controlled by the government here, so that way they can better get their hands on everything and everyone to ensure that, you know, maybe free speech doesn't need to be as free as it once was any longer. Sounds pretty shitty to me. I hate that. I think that's fucking terrible. But, I mean, Elon Musk is a busy man. He's got 4,000 tweets to tweet out a day, so maybe he just didn't see this one, or, you know, maybe he had drafted a few but forgot to send because, you know, 20,000 others went into the front of the queue there from his drafts. Surely he's going to get around to talking about it. Even just something simple like, oh, I didn't like hearing that. Free speech is extremely important to America. In fact, me personally, Charlie, I would say free speech is one of the most important rights Americans have. And it makes me a little concerned that I'm seeing so much public normalization about the idea of potentially limiting it. I started seeing this back in like 2015, 2016-ish, and I've talked about it quite a bit since then. We have been slowly tiptoeing around this idea that maybe we need to look at free speech a little bit differently. And it's been getting more and more concerning, and as of late, it's getting out of control just how open this conversation has become now about like, no, we need to like limit free speech. That's scary. Now, of course, that is again coming from a foreign billionaire. I haven't seen something that bold from anyone on American soil yet, but I feel like we're not far off with how this conversation's been developing, and that shit sucks. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about it for now. That's really about it. See ya. I think I've got pretty much everything else. Yeah, I actually have like everything else. Except calcium pills, which I am actively avoiding because I want my skeleton dudes to die. Well, yeah, look at this. Pretty much full relic run. Actually, almost every relic in the game. I'm gonna take a piss. I gotta pee so bad. I'll be right back. This is what I was worried about, though. Our damage isn't that good. Our damage is very pitiful. Look how long it's taking us just to kill these bees. Yeah, I don't think we get through 122 like this. Well, if I spam consumables, maybe. 520 skeledudes. That's the most I've ever seen. Can you imagine if I had Frankendudes like I wanted right now? Can you even fucking imagine? Now, this is what I don't understand. How would you even kill them without Frankendudes? Kill them faster without Frankendudes. Like, the Spartan run apparently used Spartans instead of Frankendudes. How the fuck is that possible? Oh, shit. Oh, no, go, go, go. Oh, fuck. They're hitting hard right now. God damn, okay, I'm gonna have to meteor again. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, 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 I wanted to click here, but I accidentally clicked the guys. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this might be GG. This might be GG. Damn, didn't even make it to 122. Tough. Yeah, it's just the damage was not there. Just, you can't out-sustain that. No. Yeah. I don't know how you do that with Spartans and not Franken dudes, to be honest. I think I know the perfect build. It's Spartans, medics, bards, necro dudes, Vikings. Vikings for the berserk that can proc to the whole team. Medics, obvious reason. Bard, obvious reason. Spartans, I looked more into them. They can just be unbelievable late game monsters. Both damage and tankiness. And I got none of those here. Except the necro dude, which is fine. And necro dudes I'm going to be running because I want the skele dudes to die. So that way I can get a lot of extra buffs to the team. So that's going to be my synergy. But I'm not going to have a ton of necro dudes. I'm mainly going to go all in on Spartans. I'm only going to be using necro dudes up to a certain amount. Probably 10. Maybe, yeah, 10. 10's probably plenty. And I don't want toughness because I want them dying. Like, instantly I want them dying. The main thing is Spartans. I think with enough Spartans you can probably just solo... They can probably just fucking solo up to 123. From what I've seen with their late game relics. Spartans. Huge. This might actually be the first time this toddler round kills me. Yeah, they actually killed quite a few units for the first time fucking ever. Oh my god, I'm so weak right now with no healing. Medic, we actually got exactly what we needed. God, look at the size of some of my Spartans. Like Rita from Power Rangers hit him with the growth thing. That crit is obviously gonna go... I just made a big mistake by accident. I didn't mean to... I accidentally clicked when I was dragging... It's okay. This could be a huge investment play. Easy route forever, obviously. I could dump 15k. I don't know if I would survive, though. But I could dump 15k in this upcoming investment round. I'm really thinking I might do it. Though, if I just do the coward package, I'll still be at very close to the same spot I normally would be. But man, if I do 15k basically in there, holy shit. I could buy everything, which I've already done a few times. But I don't know if I will make it there without buying. I can't decide, man. I cannot decide. Like, I don't think the relics I have now are enough to carry me there. Fuck, this is a tough call to make. I think I've just got to do coward package. I've gotta. I've gotta. I wasn't 100% sure I'd make it there if I did the whole thing. I'll still be able to buy most of the store, it's just... is what it is. I accidentally misclicked. See, I made the right call. I wouldn't have made it out of here if I invested the whole thing. I'm barely gonna make it out of here as is. Holy shit. Yeah, I made the right call. Man. Holy shit. Hop, 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 hop. Keep berserking. Pretty smooth run. Oh, I mean, the run was not smooth at all. We had to fucking struggle to get here, but in the hundreds, it's been pretty smooth for us. I never hit the leather bracer, holy shit. Actually a massive pickup. Yeah, we are dropping shit fast. Our damage is really good. I think the berserk proccing is really cooking. Man, think about where we started. Look at us now, huh? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? After such a miserable early game. And the crazy thing is, man, all of those blunders with the relics and shit, imagine where we could be right now if I didn't fuck all that up. Though, admittedly, it's not that big of a deal, because we're still close to where I'd normally be by this point. Like, we're not far off, it wasn't super costly. Hola, mi nombre es Carlos y he estado practicando español. Yep, that's about where that stops. I've recently been practicing Spanish again. I previously studied Spanish for like 8 years, 8 años, when I was in school, escuela. And I haven't dusted off that knowledge in well over a decade, and I've recently just had the urge to go back and study it, so that way I can hopefully become fluent in Spanish at some point. Ever since Chinese Charles kind of took over on Bilibili, I've really liked the idea of being able to speak more than one language again. Chinese Charles really kind of opened my third eye and enlightened me on the fun of being able to speak multiple languages, but I have no knowledge on Chinese, but I do on Spanish, so I figured that was the one that made the most sense for me right now. So, you know, I don't need the Rosetta Stone or anything. I'll just chip away at it, and hopefully we'll see how my Spanish is looking like a year from now. But anyway, that has nothing to do with today's video. I just thought maybe you'd find that cool. Today's video is actually about a wacky woman getting a little bonkers in an Uber.
He's videoing me now.
Yeah, for my safety.
If you feel endangered, I would refer you to call the police.
Now, I don't know who she has on the phone there. Maybe it's fucking Miss Frizzle about to scoot in with the magic school bus. I couldn't tell you. But what I can tell you is that if you feel in danger, maybe the first thing you should do is get out of the car. So this whole thing has apparently started because she feels unsafe in this Uber. Yet she refuses to leave the Uber. And now she's making calls in the back seat there like it's fucking deal or no deal. Just get out of the car. Why would you not remove yourself from the situation you feel unsafe in? You are just keeping yourself planted there. And this guy wants her to get out of the vehicle. He has now started filming for his own safety, which I think is a very smart call from him, because if she starts to try and spin some fib that he was like, you know, scary, mean, angry, you know, threatening her or something, he now has this very clear evidence that he was just sitting there and doing nothing threatening, and that he was actually the one that felt unsafe around her with her fucking lunacy.
So what do you provide as a safety line?
She says she feels unsafe. I'm sitting here, obviously, have my seatbelt on. Nothing's going on. She's sitting back there. She refuses to get out of my vehicle. So I'm recording for my safety.
Is there any store or is there anything in the area that you're in that you can go in and wait for your next Uber driver.
As you can see, there's businesses right in front of us. You see the businesses.
Exactly. They're not in the fucking back rooms here. They're not in the middle of nowhere. As he just showed you, there is a business right in front of them. She could easily just get out of the vehicle and wait there for the next Uber if she's unsatisfied with this one and feeling unsafe. Why is she just waiting in the vehicle if she feels so unsafe? This is the classic fucking Watchmen moment of, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. I feel terrible for the Uber driver. Dude just has to sit here and just stew in this weirdo atmosphere she is creating over nothing. Now, to me, and this is just my little tinfoil hat game theory here, my little conspiracy I've cooked up, I feel like this is probably a scheme that she pulls from time to time to avoid paying for an Uber. I feel like she's probably doing this to try and get like a refund through the service. Like, I felt so unsafe. This is unacceptable. I need a refund. Look at this like horrible experience I went through. It was traumatic. I couldn't leave the Uber. I was trapped. I was a prisoner in the Uber. I need my money back. That's what I think it is.
She says she don't feel safe, but she refuses to get out. She can go right to the business over there. There's chairs. She can sit there with her things and wait for her next Uber.
She's gonna drive off with my packages. I mean, this is like, I've never had this before. I'm pretty surprised that you're not able to provide more assistance other than call the police.
So her concern is that when she gets out of the vehicle, he's going to drive off with her packages. Why would he do that? Like, I don't even know why that would be a thought that would cross his mind, that he would drive off with your packages. He just wants you the fuck out of there. I would guess that he would do anything to get you out of that car. He looks miserable in there. This lady's like a Dementor, sucking all of the joy and fun out of life everywhere she goes, it looks like. And I don't know who she's on the phone with. Like, why are you surprised that they can't do more than just refer you to, like, calling 911 if it's an actual emergency? What is she supposed to do? Get the Navy SEALs over there? I'm so curious who she's talking to on the phone there. Like, maybe she got Zordon on the horn and she's hoping that he'll dispatch the Power Rangers over there to save her packages and let her get out of the back seat. Just get out of the fucking car. Anyone would tell you the same. Like, if you feel unsafe, just get out of the vehicle. And if he's trapping you there, call 911. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
I have an expensive package in the trunk. If I get out, what if he drives off with it?
Now she's saying I might drive off with her things when I can clearly just take them out and place them over the side.
Get out of his car and he's on the phone with the authorities. You could get your package and wait for your next Uber.
But how do I get the package?
You get out of the car, bozo! That's how you get your package. Oh my god, what an infuriating person. He is even saying he can just take her packages and put them over there, take Bikini Bottom and move it over there. He is telling you he will do that. Just say, okay, let's do it.
I need him to open the trunk.
Open the trunk.
Okay.
You can ask him to open the trunk.
Well, I'll do that right now. Whatever gets you out of here, I don't care. I'll open it, you get your package, whatever you need to do. I'm going to get her package out of the back because she's scared I'm going to take her package. Her package is out, package is right there. I'm right here. I'm getting back into my vehicle.
Once he heard a possible solution to get her the fuck out of that car, he sprung into action. He recognized this was a stalemate on the chessboard, but then heard her talk about this package and was like, okay, I'm just going to do it myself because she's not leaving, so I'll get the package. He gets it, he sets it on the ground, then the ball is in her court. The rest is in God's hands there. He set the package down, and it's like placing a nut like in the grass or something to like lure a squirrel out to go somewhere. So he's hoping that that'll be enough to get her to finally open that car door and just leave. And thankfully, it was. We got the good ending here. She finally got out of the car. What a baffling interaction. So, she felt unsafe in the Uber. And instead of leaving or anything to try and remedy that situation that she's cooked up in her head, she stays in the Uber. What sense does that make? How do people go about their lives like this? It is incomprehensible to me. Anyway, I just had the app about it. What a weirdo. That's about it. See ya.